Good evening, dear friend. I'm so glad you're here tonight. If this story brings a little warmth or peace to your heart, remember to subscribe. So every evening, we can share another quiet moment together in God's light. Tonight's story is about stillness, the kind that doesn't come from the world outside, but from the gentle presence of the Lord within us. So find a soft place to rest. Let the noise of the day fade away, and let's begin. Rest, my child, in God's light. The house was quiet now. Outside, the wind had slowed to a whisper, brushing the old wooden shutters as if to say, "The day is done." Inside, an old lamp burned faintly, its glow soft and golden on the walls. Dust floated in the air, moving like tiny prayers too small for words. A clock ticked, slow, steady, patient. Each sound seemed to breathe with the rhythm of a tired soul learning to rest again. Somewhere beyond the window a dog barked once, then silence returned, a silence not empty but full of presence, full of something invisible and kind. The old man sitting by the window had lived a long, uneven life. He had worked the earth, raised children, buried friends. He had known laughter that rang out loud and tears that soaked through his coat when no one was watching. And now, on nights like this, he found himself wondering if God still walked these quiet roads. He leaned forward, resting his hands, rough, worn, on his knees. A candle flickered near his Bible, open but unread. He didn't need the words tonight. He just needed the stillness around them. He whispered softly, "Lord, I'm here." No fancy prayer, no long speech, just that. And it was enough. He could almost feel it then, the nearness of God, not as a voice from heaven, not as thunder or miracle, but as warmth, a subtle warmth that spread from his chest outward until even his tired hands seemed to glow. He remembered something his wife used to say, "Peace doesn't always arrive in bright daylight, my love. Sometimes it comes wrapped in quiet shadows." He smiled at the memory. How gentle she'd been, how sure her faith was, even when her body grew frail. Outside, a single star peeked through the clouds. He thought about how small it looked, and yet how faithfully it burned through every night. Maybe, he thought, that's what faith really is. A small, steady light that refuses to die. He closed his eyes for a moment. The sounds of the world drifted away, the clock, the wind, the faint hum of the earth. And in that hush he heard something deeper, the kind of silence that isn't the absence of sound, but the presence of peace. His breathing slowed, his shoulders eased. There was no need to solve anything tonight. No need to worry, to prove, to pray harder, just to be. And in that being, God was already there. The man thought of his children, scattered now, grown, each carrying their own storms and songs. He prayed, without words for them, the way a candle prays simply by burning. And as he did, he felt it again, that invisible comfort, that holy hush. The wind brushed once more against the window pane, softer this time, as if blessing the house before moving on. And somewhere deep inside, his heart whispered back, "I am safe. I am seen. I am loved." For the first time in many nights, he allowed himself to drift, not into sleep yet, but into surrender. A slow letting go, like a leaf finally falling into the hands of the one who made it. Outside, the night deepened, but inside that little room, light lingered, a light no darkness could touch. When you finally stop running, God's peace finds you where you are. The wind and the first whisper. The next evening came quietly, like a guest who knew how to knock without sound. A thin mist lay across the field behind the old man's house, wrapping the earth in silver breath. The world felt washed clean, not bright, not loud, just tender. And as he opened his window, the wind came in, soft, almost curious, carrying the smell of pine and distant rain. He had always loved that smell. It reminded him of mornings long ago when his children were small, and laughter filled the rooms before breakfast. Now there was only one cup on the table, one chair pulled out, one lamp lit. But the quiet wasn't lonely tonight. It was gentle, as if the house itself had begun to pray. He stood by the open window and let the air touch his face. There was a chill in it, enough to make him shiver, yet somehow it comforted him. He didn't rush to close the window. He just stayed there, breathing in what the wind brought. Somewhere beyond the hills, church bells began to ring. They weren't clear. The distance softened them, but he could still hear the rhythm. It was like a heartbeat, slow, faithful, eternal. He thought of how many years those bells had rung, through wars and weddings, through storms and stillness. People came and went, faces changed, but the sound remained. Maybe that was how God spoke too, steady, unhurried, always there if we only paused to listen. He whispered into the wind, almost without meaning to, "Are you there tonight, Lord?" The wind rustled through the trees as if to answer, not with words, but with presence. A few dry leaves brushed against the windowsill and fell to the floor, and he smiled faintly. Maybe God didn't always answer in thunder or revelation. Maybe sometimes he just sent a breeze that said, "I'm near." He turned back toward the room, his footsteps soft on the old wooden floor. Each board creaked like an old friend speaking quietly after years of silence. He poured a little tea. It wasn't warm anymore, but it didn't matter. He sat down, folded his hands and listened again. The candle flickered. Somewhere the clock kept time. The whole house seemed to breathe with him. Slow, deliberate, unafraid. He thought about how much of life he had spent chasing noise, plans, success, approval, the endless need to be doing something. But the older he grew, the more he realized that the soul doesn't grow in noise. It grows in stillness, like roots in dark soil, deep where no one can see. He closed his eyes and pictured his younger self, a boy running through fields, shouting into the wind, certain that God lived somewhere far beyond the horizon. Now he knew better. God wasn't far. He was here, in the quiet, in the breath, in the whispering wind. A small sound drew his attention, the creak of the front door moving slightly under the breeze. He walked over and gently pushed it open. The night was darker now, but the moon had begun to rise behind a thin veil of cloud. He could see the faint shimmer of dew on the grass, like 1,000 tiny lamps set by unseen hands. He stepped out onto the porch. The wood was cool beneath his bare feet. The world felt enormous and intimate all at once. There was no sermon in the air, no grand vision, no miracle to tell. Just peace. Just the steady hum of creation doing what it had always done, breathing, existing, praising in silence. He leaned on the railing and whispered, "Thank you for another day." The words weren't planned. They rose naturally, like steam from a cup of tea. And in that moment, he didn't need anything else. He stayed there a long time until the chill began to bite and the candle inside burned low. Then he went back in, closed the door gently, and sat again in the same chair by the window. He could still hear the wind, softer now, slipping through the cracks, brushing against the curtains. He whispered once more, "Good night, Lord." The room answered with silence, holy and sweet. He smiled, and this time he did not feel alone. Sometimes God doesn't speak in words. He speaks in the quiet wind that finds your heart. And if these quiet nights bring a bit of peace to your soul, remember to subscribe so we can share another evening together, resting in His light. When the soul learns to pour. Morning came quietly, as if the world had tiptoed into a new day. The wind had gone still. The trees outside the window stood motionless, like old friends waiting for someone to wake. Inside, the old man stirred beneath a warm blanket. The first light of dawn slipped across the floor, painting golden lines on the wooden boards. He sat up slowly. His joints ached, but not painfully, more like the gentle protest of an instrument that's played many songs. He smiled faintly. There was no hurry today. There hadn't been for a while. He moved to the kitchen, the floor creaking softly beneath each step. The kettle waited on the stove, the same one his wife used to use. He filled it with water, set it on the flame, and waited for the quiet whistle that always reminded him to breathe. Outside, a few birds had begun to sing. Not loudly, just enough to remind the earth that life was still good. The sound filled the little house like a hymn written by someone who understood sorrow but chose to sing anyway. When the kettle sighed, he poured the hot water over the tea leaves, and the steam rose gently, curling like small prayers toward heaven. He carried the cup to the table by the window, sat down, and let the warmth reach his fingers. For a while he didn't think about anything. He didn't reach for the Bible. He didn't list the things he should pray for. He simply looked out the window and watched the sunlight move over the field. There was peace in watching something just be. No demand, no control. Just the simple truth of morning light touching earth. He whispered, almost without realizing, "Lord." I forget sometimes that life doesn't need to hurry. The words floated in the air like feathers, light, tender, honest. He thought of all the years when life had been a race. The endless work, the worry, the striving to make everything right. He had carried so much weight that his back still curved with memory. But now, in this slower rhythm, he saw what he had missed. God had never asked him to hurry. That had always been the world's voice, not the Lord's. He looked down at his hands. The veins stood out like small rivers under thin skin. He traced one with a finger and smiled softly. These were not the hands of strength anymore, but they were the hands of grace. Hands that had held, built, given, and let go. He heard a knock outside, faint and friendly, the postman perhaps leaving a letter. When he opened the door, the morning air met him again, cooler now. A small envelope lay on the step. No stamp, no name. Just a single line written in simple ink. Thinking of you today. He looked around, no one in sight. The road was empty, the trees unmoved. He held the note against his chest for a moment and smiled. Maybe it was a neighbour. Maybe it was one of his children. Or maybe, just maybe, it was God's way of reminding him, you are not forgotten. He set the note by the candle on the windowsill and sat again. Something about that simple message filled the room with warmth. He thought of how love often hides in small gestures. A cup of tea, a letter, a hand resting on your shoulder for just a moment. The world teaches us to look for thunder, but heaven often speaks in whispers. He took a slow breath. He didn't need to fix anything. He didn't need to prove his worth, or his faith, or his usefulness. It was enough to sit here in the company of silence and know that God was still writing his story. He lifted his eyes toward the window again. The sunlight had changed now, stronger, fuller, spreading across the field like mercy. He thought of how long it had taken him to learn that rest isn't laziness. Rest is faith, a quiet confidence that God is working even when we are still. He whispered, "Thank you for teaching me to pause, Lord." And in the air there was a peace too deep for words, the kind of peace that fills the lungs and slows the heart. He didn't rush to do anything next. He just sat there, the tea cooling in his hand, the morning unfolding in its own unhurried grace. The birds sang another verse. A cloud drifted by, and he thought, perhaps this is what eternity feels like. Not endless time, but endless peace. When the soul learns to pause, heaven has already begun its work within you. And if this quiet moment brings you calm, remember to subscribe so we can meet again, right here, beneath the same gentle light. The first candle is lit. Evening returned again, as it always does, gently, faithfully. The day folded itself away, leaving behind a sky washed with faded gold and a thin line of silver cloud. The old man moved through his small house slowly, not because he was tired, but because he didn't want to disturb the peace that had settled there. Every sound, a chair creaking, the soft thud of his slippers, the hum of the kettle, seemed to belong to a rhythm older than time. He reached for the candle on the windowsill. It was small, the wax uneven from nights before. He struck a match, and for a moment darkness leaned in, curious. Then a flicker, a glow, a gentle pulse of light filled the room. The candle didn't roar to life. It trembled first, unsure, before finding its steady flame. He watched it, smiling to himself. It reminded him of how faith begins, not with certainty, but with a trembling yes. He sat down and placed the candle near his Bible. Its flame moved softly, painting warmth across the pages, though he hadn't opened them yet. He didn't need to read tonight. He only needed to see, to watch that small light hold its ground against the dusk. Outside, the world was quiet again. The wind had calmed, the trees had grown still. A bird cried once in the distance, then silence returned. It was the kind of silence that carried meaning, like the pause between two verses of a song. The man leaned back in his chair and let his mind drift. He remembered the many candles he had lit through the years, at weddings, at Christmas, at vigils when the church was filled with tears and hope at the same time. He remembered holding a candle beside his wife one Easter night, both of them singing softly, their hands trembling as the wax dripped onto their fingers. She had whispered then, "Even this little flame is enough to keep the dark away." He could almost hear her voice again, faint but full of the same calm certainty. And in that memory the ache in his heart softened. He closed his eyes and thought of all the people he'd lost, all the names that had become prayers instead of conversations. There were many, too many. But tonight he felt no bitterness, only gratitude that he had loved enough to miss them. The candle crackled slightly, its flame bowing under a tiny current of air, then standing tall again. He whispered, "You see, Lord, I'm learning from this little flame. It shakes, but it doesn't go out." He took a slow breath. He could almost imagine God smiling at that, the way a father smiles when his child finally understands something simple and true. The candlelight moved across the wall, brushing over the framed photographs, faces of family, a few of them fading, the colours gone soft with time. He reached out and touched one, his wife holding a newborn, both of them laughing. The warmth of the flame made the glass feel alive beneath his fingertips. He whispered, "She always said I should keep the light burning." Then, after a pause, he added quietly, "I will." For a long while, he simply watched. There was no need to fill the air with words or thoughts. The candle was sermon enough. It burned with dignity, with gentleness, with the silent courage of something that knows it was made for this to shine, even if only a little. Outside, the moon rose, pale, perfect, patient. Its reflection found the window and joined the candle's glow, and suddenly the room seemed larger, brighter, almost sacred. He felt wrapped in something tender. The night itself seemed to breathe blessings. He whispered again, "Thank you, Lord, for the light that never leaves." And in that moment, he understood something he hadn't before. Faith isn't about knowing the whole path. It's about keeping the flame lit until morning comes. The kettle whistled softly from the kitchen. He smiled, stood up, and poured himself a cup of tea. As the steam rose, he placed it near the candle, watching how the two wisps of vapour intertwined, one from earth, one from fire, meeting for a moment before fading into air. He thought, maybe that's what prayer really is. Just two breaths meeting. He sat again and took a small sip. The tea was warm and a little sweet. The candlelight danced in his cup. Everything around him, the ticking clock, the distant night wind, the golden flicker of the flame, seemed to whisper the same truth, that peace doesn't arrive in storms or triumphs. It lives in ordinary moments like this, when the heart slows, when the soul remembers, when light still burns in quiet rooms. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and let that peace settle deep inside him, steady and calm. The candle flickered once more, strong and faithful, and he smiled as if it were alive, keeping watch beside him. Even a trembling flame can hold back the darkness when it burns in faith. If this story brings a soft glow to your evening, remember to subscribe so we can share another quiet night, resting in the warmth of his light. The presence we do not notice. Morning returned like a sigh. A pale grey light spilled across the fields, neither bright nor dim, but gentle, as though heaven itself had drawn a thin curtain between the day and the soul. The candle on the table had burned itself down during the night, leaving only a small pool of wax and a faint trace of smoke curling upward, like a final prayer whispered into air. The old man awoke to the stillness. He could hear the slow tick of the clock and the faint hum of life outside. A rooster calling, a cart rolling somewhere down the road, the soft breath of the wind through the trees. Each sound came separately, but together they formed a hymn, not sung, but lived. He rose and stretched, his bones greeting the day with honesty. Then he walked to the window and pushed it open. The air touched his face, cool, clean, full of earth and morning dew. For a long while, he simply stood there. There was nothing to see but the ordinary. A sky that was not spectacular, a few clouds drifting, a field waiting to be warmed by sunlight. And yet, in that quiet ordinariness, something sacred lingered. He could feel it. Not a presence that shouted, but one that listened back. He whispered softly, "You're here, aren't you?" No answer came, at least not the kind the world would notice. But his heart slowed, his breath deepened, and that was enough. He had learned that the divine rarely arrived in thunder. It came instead in the pauses, the space between footsteps, the hush before dawn, the way sunlight stretched slowly across the table. He turned toward the small corner of the room where an old chair sat beneath the cross on the wall. The chair had belonged to his father, a preacher, a quiet man who believed that holiness was not found in words, but in the way one washed another's feet or shared a loaf of bread without asking for thanks. The old man sat down there now. The wood creaked, remembering. He rested his hands on his knees and let the silence fill the space around him. He didn't try to pray. He didn't have a list. He only sat the way a child might sit beside a river, not to command it, but to listen to its song. He thought of how often people waited for miracles, grand signs, flashes of glory. But perhaps the true miracle was simply awareness, the ability to see what had been there all along, the warmth of sunlight on a wall, the sound of rain finding the roof, the beating of one's own heart. He smiled faintly. "You've been here the whole time," he said. And somewhere in that stillness, his soul seemed to nod in agreement. Outside, the first real light of day began to spill across the horizon. The trees glowed faintly, the grass glittered with dew. He watched it all and thought how creation never hurried, yet never failed to keep faith with its maker. The kettle began its slow hum in the kitchen again, faithful, predictable. He poured the tea, the steam rising like a blessing. When he set the cup down, he noticed how the sunlight caught the rim, turning the simple glass into gold. He laughed quietly. "Even this," he said, "is enough to remind me you're near." He took a sip. It wasn't just the warmth that filled him. It was a strange tenderness, as though the morning itself had wrapped around his shoulders. He thought of the people in the village, each one walking through their own quiet battles, their own prayers unspoken. He wished they could feel what he felt now, that peace didn't need to shout to be real. It could live inside the most ordinary cup of tea, the slow breath, the gentle morning light. He whispered, "Lord, keep me aware. Don't let me miss you because I am looking too far away." The air seemed to shimmer for a moment, as if heaven had heard and smiled. He closed his eyes. Behind his eyelids, colours danced, soft golds and blues, the kind that belonged to dreams more than daylight. He felt as though he were floating, not away from the world, but deeper into it, where every small thing was alive with meaning. The clock ticked again. He opened his eyes and the room was exactly the same. The candle melted, the tea cooling, the sunlight stretching. But he was different. He could sense the presence now, as real as breath, as near as heartbeat. He whispered, "Thank you for being in all the places I forget to look." Then he leaned back in his chair, watching a single dust mote drift through the beam of sunlight. It sparkled as it fell, catching the light like a tiny world of its own. He smiled. "Even that," he murmured, "is you, isn't it?" He stayed there until the tea was gone and the sun was full in the sky. The day had begun, not with noise, not with striving, but with recognition. The kind that stays with you all day, hidden like a song you hum without realizing. God's presence is not distant. It is woven quietly into every breath we take. And if this quiet reflection brings peace to your morning, remember to subscribe, so that together we can keep noticing the gentle presence that never leaves. When grace walks beside us. The sun was high when the old man finally stepped outside. The day had ripened into one of those soft, golden afternoons that seemed to hum with life. The sky was an endless blue and the air smelled faintly of grass and memory. He closed the door behind him and stood for a moment on the porch, his hand resting on the railing. The world felt wide, and yet, in a strange way, it felt small enough to hold. He took his first step down the path that curved around the field, and the gravel crunched beneath his feet like the soft rhythm of a hymn. He didn't walk to go somewhere. He walked because his soul needed movement, the kind that doesn't chase but simply accompanies. A small breeze brushed against him, playful, tender. It lifted the edge of his sleeve and whispered past his ear, He smiled and said quietly, "Ah, there you are." He didn't need to name who you was. He already knew. He had come to see that grace was not a thing that visited from time to time. It was always there, in the air, in the wind, in the rhythm of footsteps that found their way without a map. Grace was not something to find. It was something that walked beside you when you slowed down enough to notice. He passed the wooden fence that bordered the field. The boards were weathered, the paint long gone, but they stood faithfully, holding their shape against time. He ran his hand along the rough wood, feeling every groove and splinter. It reminded him of his own life, worn, imperfect, yet still upright by God's mercy. In the distance, a neighbour's dog barked, then quieted again. The sound carried easily in the open air, echoing across the hills before fading into peace. He listened not to the noise, but to the silence that followed. There was something holy in that pause, a reminder that even interruptions can be part of a sacred rhythm. He walked until he reached the edge of the meadow. The grass swayed like water, and the sunlight shimmered across it. He sat down on a flat stone that had waited there for years, and for a while he did nothing. He just breathed. He watched a butterfly move through the air, aimless yet sure, and thought, it never worries where to land. It simply trusts the wind. He whispered, "Teach me that kind of trust, Lord." A cloud drifted across the sun then, dimming the world for just a moment. But when the light returned, it was softer, more golden, as if the brief shadow had only made it more beautiful. He thought about the years behind him, the joys and the failures, the prayers answered and unanswered. All of it, even the pain, had shaped him, not broken him. Grace had walked beside him through it all, sometimes unseen, sometimes disguised as loss, but always there. He leaned back on his hands and let his eyes close. He could hear the faint murmur of life all around him, bees drifting among the clover, leaves whispering secrets to each other, the steady pulse of the earth beneath his feet. It felt like being held. He remembered a verse his father used to quote, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life." He used to think that meant God was behind him, chasing after his mistakes, but now he understood. Grace doesn't chase. It accompanies. It walks quietly beside, steady and patient, waiting for us to notice. He opened his eyes again. The light had changed. Evening was beginning to touch the horizon with rose-coloured hands. He knew he should head back soon, but he didn't move yet. The moment felt too sacred to end quickly. He wanted to stay in it, to breathe it in like music that fades slowly but never really stops. He thought of his wife again, her laughter, her faith, the way she could find beauty in the simplest things. He remembered her saying once, "Grace doesn't always take the pain away. It just makes it bearable." And sitting there, he understood. Grace hadn't removed his loneliness, but it had filled it with peace. Grace hadn't erased his age, but it had given his days a sweetness that youth had never known. He whispered, "You've never left me, have you?" The wind stirred, brushing the tall grass in a single direction. A gentle answer. He smiled, eyes glistening. "I thought I had to find you out there," he said softly, "but you've been walking with me all along." The light deepened. Birds began their slow flight home. He rose carefully, dusted his hands, and turned back toward the house. The path ahead seemed to glow faintly, as though the last of the sunlight had decided to guide his way. He walked slowly, unhurried, the kind of walk that belongs to someone who knows he is never alone. When he reached the porch again, he turned once more toward the field. The wind moved through the grass in long waves, and he whispered, "Good night, Grace." Then, after a pause, "See you tomorrow." Grace doesn't chase us from behind. It walks quietly beside us, matching every step with love. And if this gentle walk has brought warmth to your heart tonight, remember to subscribe so we can keep walking together through quiet fields beside the steady presence of God. The memory of water. The next morning arrived with the smell of rain. Not heavy rain, the kind that sings, and but a soft drizzle that brushed against the window like fingertips tapping a hymn. The old man stood at the doorway, watching the mist settle over the fields. Everything shimmered in silver. Each blade of grass seemed to hold its own memory of light. He wrapped his scarf around his neck and stepped outside. The air was cool, full of that clean scent that comes only after the earth has been kissed by water. He followed the path beyond the garden, where the land dipped slightly toward a stream. It wasn't far, maybe 10 minutes of slow walking, but every step felt like an invitation. When he reached the stream, he stopped. It moved quietly, winding through stones and roots clear as glass. He crouched beside it, feeling his knees creak, and let his fingers touch the surface. The water was cold, alive, flowing around him without resistance. For a while, he said nothing. He only listened to the steady murmur of the current, the rustle of trees leaning in close, the occasional drop of rain finding its way down from a leaf. It was all so simple, so unremarkable, and yet there was holiness here. It was the kind of holiness that doesn't declare itself, it just exists. He watched a fallen leaf drift past, spinning gently before disappearing around the bend. And suddenly he thought of his past. All the mistakes, all the sharp words, all the days he had lived without noticing the gift of them. How many of those moments, he wondered, had been carried away by time, the way the leaf was carried by the water. He whispered, "Lord, do you remember what I've done?" Then after a breath, "Or do you let it drift away like this?" The stream gave no answer, only continued its gentle song. But as he listened, he realized that was the answer. The water remembered where it had been, but it didn't hold on. It kept moving, always toward light, always toward home. He smiled faintly. "Ah," he said softly, "maybe that's what forgiveness is." He dipped his hand again, scooping up a little water and letting it fall back through his fingers. It slipped away easily, leaving his palm cool and clean. He thought of how long he had carried certain regrets, things he had said decades ago, choices that still haunted his sleep sometimes. He had prayed for forgiveness, yes, but he had never really forgiven himself. He had never let those memories flow on. He looked down at his reflection in the water, lined, grey, tired, but somehow peaceful. And then, in that trembling mirror, he whispered, "I forgive you." The words felt strange on his tongue, as if they had been waiting there for years. A bird landed on a branch nearby, shook off the rain, and began to sing. He listened, smiling through the tears that had begun to gather in his eyes. "I see," he murmured. "The world keeps singing, even after the storm." He sat on a smooth stone by the stream, letting the dampness soak through his trousers. He didn't care. The sound of the water was all around him now. Not loud, but endless, patient, eternal. It reminded him of the way God loves, not with bursts of passion, but with rivers that never stop flowing. He thought about baptism, how water marks both an ending and a beginning. And he realized something. Every time he let go, every time he forgave, he was baptized again, not by ceremony, but by grace. He stayed there until the rain eased and the sun began to break through the clouds. The light shimmered on the surface of the stream, turning it into a path of gold. He stood slowly, his knees stiff but his heart lighter than it had been in years. He took one last look at the water and whispered, "Thank you for remembering only love." As he turned to go, he noticed how everything smelled new. The wet soil, the clean air, the faint sweetness of blooming clover. It felt like walking through mercy. Each step seemed to carry a rhythm of release. The world hadn't changed, but he had. When he reached his gate, he looked back once more. The stream was out of sight now, hidden by trees, but he could still hear it faintly. That gentle sound followed him home, soft as a heartbeat. Inside, he lit a candle again, its flame steady and small. The sound of rain had stopped, but he could still feel water's calmness within him, a reminder that nothing in God's hands is ever wasted, not even sorrow. He whispered, "Forgiveness flow. I only needed to stop standing in its way." He sat quietly as the light faded, and for the first time in a long time, he felt truly clean. Not just in body, but in soul. Forgiveness is not forgetting, it is letting your memories flow until only love remains. And if this story brings a quiet peace to your heart, remember to subscribe so that we can keep walking together through these soft waters of grace. The bench by the church. The day after the rain was bright and clean. Sunlight spread across the village like a warm hand resting on weary shoulders. The old man put on his coat, the same brown one he'd worn for years, and decided to walk toward the church. It wasn't Sunday. There was no service, no gathering, but he felt the need to be near that small white building where, so often, silence became prayer. He took his time. The cobblestone street still glistened from the night's dew, and puddles mirrored the soft blue of the sky. Children were playing near the bakery, their laughter chasing through the morning like birds. He smiled as he passed, tipping his hat slightly, as older men often do when words would only break the peace. When he reached the church, the doors were closed, but the bell tower stood tall and golden in the light. He didn't go inside. Instead, he walked to the side garden where an old wooden bench waited beneath a chestnut tree. The bench was weathered, its paint long gone, but it was honest, solid, dependable. He brushed a few fallen leaves aside and sat down. The view from there was simple: the gravel path, the church steps, a patch of roses that had begun to fade. And yet, it was perfect. He could hear the faint hum of bees, the distant murmur of voices from the market square, and somewhere far away, the call of a dove. He folded his hands and breathed deeply. The air smelled faintly of wood and sunlight. For a moment he thought he was alone. Then he heard it, the shuffle of footsteps, slow, hesitant. He turned his head and saw a woman walking toward him. She was younger than he was, perhaps in her 50s, but her shoulders carried the quiet weight of someone who had learned to move carefully through the world. In her arms she held a bouquet of wildflowers, their colours still wet with morning dew. She stopped near the bench. "Good morning," she said softly. He smiled. "Good morning. Beautiful day, isn't it?" She nodded, but her eyes didn't quite meet his. She sat at the far end of the bench, leaving space between them. For a while, neither spoke. The silence wasn't awkward. It was companionable, like two candles burning in the same room. After a time, she said, "I used to come here every week with my husband. He passed away last spring." Her voice didn't tremble, but there was a gentleness in it, the way waves soften after they've broken. The old man nodded slowly. "I'm sorry," he said. She smiled faintly. You don't need to be. He was ready. Then she looked down at the flowers in her lap. I still bring these. Habit, I suppose. He thought of the candle he lit each night, how it had become his way of keeping love alive. I think habits like that, he said softly, are just love refusing to end. She looked up at him then, and for the first time, her eyes met his, clear, bright, and weary all at once. Yes, she whispered, that's exactly it. They sat quietly after that. The wind moved gently through the chestnut leaves above them, scattering bits of light across the bench like small blessings. A child's laughter drifted from the street, followed by the distant sound of the church bell marking the hour. After a while she stood and placed one flower, a single white daisy, on the empty space between them. For your prayers, she said. He looked at it, small and pure, and felt something open inside him, a place that had been waiting quietly for kindness. He took the flower carefully and nodded. And for yours, he replied. She smiled, thanked him, and walked toward the church steps, her figure glowing softly in the sunlight. When she reached the door, she paused, turned back and waved, not as a farewell, but as if to say we're not strangers anymore. He stayed on the bench long after she had gone. The daisy lay in his palm, and he turned it slowly between his fingers. He thought about how simple gestures, a flower, a word, a shared silence, could carry so much of God's heart. He whispered, kindness is a prayer too, isn't it? The wind answered by lifting the daisy from his hand and carrying it gently to the ground. He watched it settle on the path, glowing white against the grey stone. And in that small moment, he understood something new, that heaven often begins in the quiet exchange between two souls who dare to see each other. He stood, brushed off his coat and looked once more at the empty bench. It didn't feel empty anymore. It felt alive, like a place where Grace had sat down to rest. As he walked home, he passed the children again. One of them dropped a toy and he stooped slowly to pick it up. When he handed it back, the boy grinned and said, "Thank you, sir." The old man chuckled. "You're very welcome." He continued on his way, his steps light, his heart full. He realized that sometimes God doesn't speak in thunder or vision. Sometimes he simply sends someone to sit beside you on a wooden bench. Every act of kindness is a small echo of God saying, I am here. And if this quiet story touches your heart tonight, remember to subscribe so we can keep sitting together in stories, in silence, and in the kindness of his light. Evening bread. The evening light returned, golden and low, spilling gently across the table. The old man had just come home from his walk. The sound of the village had faded. No more carts on the road, no more laughter of children. Only the faint hum of crickets and the whisper of wind through the garden remained. He hung his coat on the same hook by the door, its weight familiar, almost friendly. Then he stepped into the kitchen. There was no feast waiting, just a loaf of bread, a small jar of honey, and the quiet company of twilight. He sliced the bread carefully, as though the act itself were sacred. Each slice fell softly onto the wooden board, and the smell, warm, sweet, simple, filled the room. He spread a little honey over the first piece and sat down at the table, his hands resting for a moment before he began to eat. He whispered, "Thank you." Not loudly, not formally, just a breath of gratitude. The candle on the windowsill flickered, and its light danced across the loaf like gold. He thought of all the meals he had shared in this house. Laughter at birthdays, quiet meals after funerals, hurried breakfasts before long days. Each one had been a moment of life, and life, he realized, was a gift made of small things. He took another bite. The bread was a little dry, the honey a little too sweet, but together they were perfect. He chewed slowly, listening to the sound of the knife cooling on the board. There was something deeply comforting in the ordinariness of it all. He looked toward the window, where the last streaks of sunlight stretched across the horizon. The world outside was still, bathed in soft orange and fading blue. It was the hour when even the earth seemed to pray. He remembered his mother's table, rough, handmade, always covered with crumbs and laughter. She used to say, "When you break bread, you're never alone. God is at the table too." He hadn't thought of that in years, but tonight the words returned, full and alive. He smiled faintly. He broke another piece of bread and placed it on the empty side of the table. "For you," he said softly. It wasn't superstition. It was love. A small offering for the one who had walked beside him through every hunger and every grace. The candle's flame wavered. The house was quiet enough to hear the faint hum of the evening air. Somewhere, a dog barked once, then stopped. The old man chewed another piece, slow and deliberate, and with each bite, something inside him loosened. The weight of years, of loneliness, of regrets that once whispered in the dark corners of his mind. He realized that gratitude wasn't about plenty. It was about presence. The bread in his hand was enough because God was near. And perhaps that had always been the miracle, not the abundance, but the awareness. He thought about the people he'd met, the woman at the church bench, the postman who always left a kind word, the children who laughed in the streets. Each encounter was a form of bread, small, nourishing, gone quickly, but leaving strength behind. He whispered, "Thank you for the hands that feed me, even when they don't know they are doing it." He poured himself a small cup of tea and watched the steam rise, curling through the candlelight like a visible prayer. He raised the cup slightly, as though in a quiet toast. "To you," he said, "for all the unseen gifts." The warmth of the tea spread through him, and the room seemed to breathe. The shadows on the walls moved gently like the slow rhythm of a lullaby. Outside, the first stars began to appear, soft, patient, eternal. He leaned back in his chair and felt an ache of tenderness, not sadness, in his chest. He remembered the times when he had eaten without noticing, lived without thanking, breathed without marveling, and yet God had stayed, waiting, forgiving, feeding him still. He whispered, "You've been so patient with me." The words drifted into the air, and he felt they were received. The candle flickered lower now, its flame small but steady. He broke the last piece of bread and held it in his palm. "This," he said quietly, "is my prayer tonight, that I never take you for granted again." He placed the bread on the windowsill beside the candle, a humble offering of gratitude. Then he sat for a long while, watching the stars multiply above the darkened field. The night didn't feel empty. It felt alive. Every sound, every silence, every breath seemed to whisper the same truth, that the simplest acts, when done with love, become holy. He closed his eyes, folded his hands, and let the quiet settle around him like a soft blanket. Tomorrow would come, with its own cares and mercies. But tonight, he was full, not with food, but with peace. Gratitude turns the simplest bread into a feast of grace. And if this quiet moment brings warmth to your evening, remember to subscribe so that together we can keep breaking bread in stories of peace and gentle faith. The night prayer. The night had deepened quietly. The last light of day had faded from the horizon, and the world was now wrapped in the soft blue of silence. The candle on the table burned low, its flame trembling gently as though breathing with him. The old man sat beside it, hands folded loosely in his lap. It had been a long day, not in weariness, but in fullness. Every moment, the walk to the church, the kindness of a stranger, the simple loaf of bread, had filled his soul in ways he could not explain. Now the house was quiet again. He could hear the faint ticking of the clock, the occasional sigh of the wind against the window pane, and somewhere far off a dog barking into the night. He looked around the room. It was small, but it held 1,000 memories. The photographs on the wall, the chair that creaked when he leaned back, the old Bible resting on the windowsill. Each object was a page in the story of his life. He realized that nothing here was grand, yet everything was precious. He reached for the Bible, its leather worn smooth by years of touch. He opened it, not to read, but to hold. The pages fluttered softly like the wings of a dove. He closed his eyes and let his thumb rest on the open page. "Thank you," he whispered. "Not just for today, Lord, but for all the days, even the hard ones, especially the hard ones." The candle flickered. The room seemed to breathe with him, as though heaven itself leaned in to listen. He remembered the years of struggle, the storms that had shaken his faith, the seasons of loss that had hollowed his heart. He had prayed then for rescue, for answers, for miracles, and yet looking back now, he saw that what God had given instead was something far greater: endurance, wisdom, compassion. Gifts that came slowly, the way dawn slips into night without noise. He smiled faintly. "I asked for comfort," he said softly, "and you gave me courage. I asked for strength, and you gave me patience. I asked for understanding, and you gave me silence, so I could learn to listen." He paused. Tears welled in his eyes, not from sorrow, but from recognition. Faith, he realized, had never been about getting what he wanted. It was about learning to trust the one who knew what he truly needed. He leaned back in his chair and looked toward the window. The sky outside was clear now, filled with stars, small, steady flames scattered across the heavens. He thought of how many nights he had looked at that same sky and wondered if anyone heard his prayers. Tonight, he knew the answer. He felt it not as a voice, but as peace. He whispered, "You were always listening, weren't you?" The stillness around him seemed to shimmer, as though the air itself replied, "Always." He took a deep breath and began to speak again, not formally, not like a preacher, just as one friend might speak to another. "Thank you for the people you've sent my way, for the woman at the bench, for the laughter of the children, for the kindness of strangers who didn't know they were being holy. Thank you for forgiveness, for teaching me that it flows like water, and thank you for these quiet nights where I can hear your voice in the silence." He stopped for a moment, letting the stillness rest between the words. Then he smiled. "Lord, I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but I'm not afraid anymore, because even if the path grows dim, I know you'll walk beside me, like you always have." The clock ticked again, steady, gentle, almost like a heartbeat. He felt his body grow heavy, his breathing slow. But before sleep came, he whispered one more thing. "If I wake in the morning, I'll thank you for another day. And if I don't, well, I'll thank you face to face." He chuckled softly at his own words, shaking his head. Even at the end of long years, humour was still a kind of faith. He placed the Bible gently back on the table and leaned forward to blow out the candle. The flame flickered once, twice, then vanished. But in the darkness that followed, the room didn't feel empty. It felt full, as though the light had simply moved inside him. He sat for a few more moments in that sacred darkness. Outside, the crickets sang. A breeze slipped through the window, brushing against his cheek like a benediction. He closed his eyes. The world was utterly still. And in that stillness, he prayed the simplest, most honest prayer of all. "Good night, Lord." He smiled, and the peace that followed was deep and endless. The truest prayer is not asking, but resting in the one who never leaves. And if this story brings you a quiet sense of peace tonight, remember to subscribe so we can share more soft nights together. One story, one prayer, one gentle light at a time. The morning light. Morning came like mercy, quiet, patient, gentle. The first touch of sunlight slipped through the curtains, brushing against the walls of the old man's room like a kind hand waking him from a long, peaceful dream. He stirred, blinked, and took a deep breath. The air was cool and still, filled with that hushed expectancy that belongs only to early morning. For a few moments he didn't move. He simply lay there listening to the faint hum of birds outside, the whisper of leaves in the garden, the steady rhythm of his own breathing. It was strange how beautiful such small sounds could be when one had learned how to listen. He smiled faintly. "Another morning," he whispered. "Thank you." He sat up slowly, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. His joints complained as they always did, but he greeted even the ache with gratitude. Pain, too, was proof of being alive, and life, he thought, was still a gift, no matter how many mornings had passed. He reached for the small glass of water by his bedside and took a sip. The light caught the rim, scattering little flecks of gold across his hands. It made him think of how often God's grace looks ordinary. A sip of water, a beam of light, a breath that comes easily. He stood, walked slowly to the window, and pulled the curtain aside. The world was already awake. The sky had turned a soft shade of peach, and the trees shimmered with dew. Down by the fence, a sparrow hopped along the ground, quick and cheerful, as though it knew something joyful that the world had forgotten. The old man watched it for a while. Then he whispered, "You're preaching better than most of us, little one." He chuckled quietly at his own thought. It was true. The bird worried for nothing, hurried for nothing. It simply lived, trusting that there would be enough for today. He turned toward the table, where the melted candle still sat from the night before. Its wax had cooled into gentle ripples, like the memory of a flame that had once burned faithfully. He touched it lightly and smiled. Even in its stillness, it had done its work. It had given light. And that, he thought, was all any of us were ever asked to do. He made himself a cup of tea and carried it outside. The morning air greeted him like an old friend, crisp, tender, and full of promise. He sat on the porch steps, the steam rising gently from his cup. The sun had begun to lift over the hills, spilling warmth across the grass. He closed his eyes and let it touch his face. The warmth sank deep into him, softening every part of his body that had stiffened with years. It felt like being seen, not by the world, but by heaven. He whispered, "You didn't have to give me another morning, Lord." He knew, but you did. The words came out like a sigh of gratitude. He thought about how many mornings he had lived without noticing, How often he had rushed into the day with lists, plans, worries. But those days were gone now. Now every sunrise felt like an answered prayer, a quiet reminder that grace renews itself whether or not we've earned it. He watched the light climb higher, touching the tops of the trees, the roof of his small house, the road that wound toward the village. It reminded him of how faith moves, not in sudden leaps, but in gradual brightness, the kind that takes its time. He took another sip of tea and laughed softly. "I suppose I'm like this sunrise," he said, slow to shine, but still trying. The world around him seemed to nod in agreement. A rooster crowed somewhere down the valley. A curtain in a neighbour's house moved. Life was beginning again. Ordinary, beautiful, forgiven. He thought about the prayer he had whispered the night before. "If I wake in the morning, I'll thank you for another day." And now that morning had come, he realised how holy that promise really was. Not just to live, but to live aware. He set down his cup and folded his hands loosely in his lap. His eyes drifted to the sky again, where the sun had now risen fully, bright, certain, unwavering. He remembered something his father used to say. Every sunrise is God's way of saying, "Start again." He nodded slowly. "Yes," he said, "I will." He stayed there until the tea grew cold and the light filled every corner of the porch. There was no rush to move, no need to fill the quiet. The silence itself was worship. He could feel the peace of God resting on him, not like a fire this time, but like the soft glow of morning. He thought of all the people who would begin their days in worry, in grief, in haste. He wished he could tell them what he knew now, that even when life feels uncertain, the morning always returns, and that light, no matter how faint, always finds its way through. He whispered one last time, "Your mercies are new every morning." Then he smiled because he knew that was true, not as a verse, but as a reality. The warmth of the sun touched his closed eyes, and in that glow, he felt both small and infinite. Every sunrise is a quiet promise that no matter what yesterday held, grace begins again today. And if this soft morning brings light to your soul, remember to subscribe so that together we can keep walking through these gentle hours of faith, one dawn at a time. Letters never sent. The morning had ripened into a gentle afternoon. Sunlight lay across the table like a shawl, warm and patient. The old man set a cup of tea beside a stack of envelopes and a packet of paper he hadn't touched in years, the thick kind with faint blue lines and the scent of old linen. He drew the chair closer and sat down. For a long time he simply watched dust drift through the light, as if each speck were a tiny visitor with its own story to tell. On the windowsill, the cooled candle from last night kept its quiet vigil. Everything in the room seemed to wait with him. At last he opened the packet and ran his fingers over the first sheet. It felt like a field before the harvest, expectant, ready. He reached into the drawer and brought out a fountain pen. It had belonged to his wife. The nib was worn in a way that fit her hand and not his, but he liked the feel of it anyway. He unscrewed the cap, dipped the tip into the little bottle of ink, and watched a dark star bloom in liquid. Then, in a hand slower than he remembered but steadier than he feared, he wrote, "My love." The words trembled on the page. He waited, breathing, as if the room itself needed to settle before he went on. "I thought of you at the bench by the church. There was a woman with wildflowers. She left a daisy, and I think you would have smiled at that. You always said daisies were the kindest flowers, humble, cheerful, faithful." He paused, listening to the house, the clock's soft tick, a sparrow tapping at the sill, a faint breeze moving the curtain like a sigh. He dipped the pen again. I lit the candle last night. I set a piece of bread across from me, the way you used to do when guests were late, and you said, "Let them be welcomed even before they arrive." I suppose I'm still setting a place for you. Not because I can't let go, but because love never learned how. A tear slid down and left a round mark where it fell. He didn't wipe it away. He let it dry into the paper, a small salt blessing. Do you remember the stream beyond the garden? I went there yesterday. The water taught me something. It keeps moving without asking permission. I think forgiveness is like that. I've been practicing even with the parts of me you saw at their worst. He smiled, a private, crumpled smile at the edge of memory, and continued. I used to think I had to write perfect letters, the kind that solve everything with sentences. Now I think the best letters are just a hand held open, palm up, saying, "Here I am, so here I am." The pen hesitated. He leaned back, letting his gaze travel to the framed photo on the far wall, her laugh captured mid-breath, eyes crinkled the way they did when joy couldn't keep quiet. The sight steadied him. The mornings are beautiful. You would have liked today's. The light came slowly like a hymn that begins in a whisper. I told the sunrise I would start again. Mean it, you know. I'm learning how to be gentle with the hours, to treat time like a guest instead of a taskmaster. He stopped to sip his tea. It had cooled, but it tasted of honey and afternoon, of roofs warming in the sun and far-off bells that would ring before evening. He set the cup down carefully so it wouldn't disturb the words. I don't come to you to ask for signs. I come to remember the shape of your kindness, the way you tied your scarf, the way your hand rested on mine when I said less than I meant or more than I should. I used to be afraid that remembering would hurt. Now it feels like prayer. The pen moved more easily now, as if the page had found its voice. If I were to send this letter, where would I address it? Beyond the first light? Care of the gentle shepherd? No postman knows the road you took, but I think the one who guided you reads every line before I write it. Perhaps that is enough. A breeze found the room again and lifted the edge of the paper. He pressed it down with 2 fingers, the way one stills a tremor in a friend. I wanted to tell you I'm all right. The house is quiet, but not empty. I hear your voice in the kettle's hum, see your touch in the way the napkins are folded, feel your smile every time I pass the rosemary bush you planted and said was for remembrance. I think you knew what you were doing. He chuckled softly, a sound that was more breath than laughter, and added, if you can, say a prayer for me when the evenings are too long. I'm learning to sit with them, to let the dark be the canvas for a small flame. I promise to keep the candle burning. I promise to be kind to others and to myself. And when I can't, I promise to wait until I can. He signed his name, the old curve and flourish taught by a teacher who believed penmanship was a form of dignity. Then he set the pen aside and read the letter from beginning to end. It didn't try to fix anything. It didn't argue with time. It simply told the truth gently, which is the only way truth should be told. He folded the paper in thirds, slid it into an envelope, and pressed the flap closed without sealing it. For a moment he held it against his chest, as a father holds a child before laying them down to sleep. Then he stood, walked to the mantel, and placed the envelope beside the candle and the small pressed daisy the woman had given him at the church. He whispered, Some letters do not need a stamp. They only need a place to rest. The room felt lighter, as if a window had opened that he could not see. He sat again and watched the afternoon tilt toward evening. He did not feel lonely. He felt accompanied by memory, by mercy, by a love that had learned how to live in silence without losing its voice. He reached for a fresh sheet of paper, then stopped. Not today. Today, one letter was enough. He capped the pen, returned it to the drawer, and let the light finish its patient work across the table. Outside, a bell struck the hour. Inside, the quiet answered back, "Love does not end. It simply changes its address, and God delivers every word." And if this gentle letter has rested softly on your heart, remember to subscribe so we can keep meeting here, where stories, silence, and love find their way home. The Visitor at Dusk. Evening had come softly, like a hush spreading across the land. The sky was brushed in shades of lavender and fading gold, and the wind carried the faint scent of rain that would not arrive until morning. The old man sat by the window, as he often did, watching the day close its eyes. On the table beside him, the letter he had written earlier lay quietly under the candle's glow, its envelope still unsealed, as if waiting for a prayer to carry it the rest of the way. He wasn't expecting anyone. Dusk was usually his hour of solitude, the sacred time between what has been and what has not yet come. He liked to sit in it, like one sits between two heartbeats, listening for what cannot be spoken. The kettle had just begun to hum on the stove when a sound startled him, a gentle knock on the door. 3 taps, unhurried, polite. He turned, surprised. Few people came by anymore, and even fewer at this hour. He rose slowly, his knees murmuring their usual complaint, and crossed the room. When he opened the door, he found a young man standing on the step. The stranger looked to be in his 20s, perhaps, wearing a simple coat and carrying a small bag slung across his shoulder. His eyes were tired but kind, the way eyes look when they've seen too much and still choose to believe in goodness. "Good evening, sir," the young man said. "I hope I'm not intruding. I've been walking for some hours. I saw the light from your window and wondered if I might rest a moment." The old man nodded at once. "No intrusion," he said softly. "The weary are always welcome." He stepped aside and the stranger entered. The house smelled faintly of tea and candle wax, of the gentle order that comes from simple living. The young man removed his coat and the old man gestured toward the chair by the fire. "Sit, please," he said. "The kettle's ready. You'll have tea." The young man smiled, the corners of his mouth trembling with relief. "Thank you," he said. "You're very kind." They sat together, the sound of pouring tea filling the silence. The stranger drank slowly, both hands around the cup as though it held something more than warmth. For a while they didn't speak. The old man had learned that silence often says more than conversation. Finally he asked, "Where are you headed?" The young man looked toward the window, his gaze distant. "Nowhere in particular," he said. "I suppose I've been trying to find somewhere that feels like home." The old man nodded gently. "I understand that," he said. "Home isn't always a place. Sometimes it's a peace that finds you." The stranger smiled faintly. "I haven't found much peace lately." "Then perhaps," the old man said, "it has found you tonight." The fire crackled softly, sending small sparks upward like tiny prayers. Outside, the crickets had begun their nightly hymn. The 2 men sat quietly, sipping their tea. There was no need for grand words, only presence. After a while, the young man reached into his bag and pulled out a small loaf of bread, wrapped in cloth. "I have this," he said. "Would you share it with me?" The old man nodded, his eyes softening. He fetched a plate, and together they broke the bread in half. The crust was firm, the inside tender. They ate slowly, in companionable silence. When the last crumbs were gone, the old man said quietly, "It's a strange thing, isn't it? How bread tastes different when shared." The young man nodded. "Yes," he said, "like it belongs to everyone who's ever been hungry." The old man smiled. "That's very near to the truth." The candlelight flickered across their faces. The stranger's eyes reflected it, bright, almost golden. There was something familiar about his calm, something that made the old man feel as though he had known him all his life. "You remind me of someone," the old man said softly. "I can't say who." The young man looked down, smiling. "Perhaps just someone you once prayed for." The old man chuckled quietly. "I've prayed for many. It's possible." They sat together until the fire grew low. The young man stood and slipped his coat back on. "Thank you for the tea," he said, "and for your kindness. It's been a long time since I felt safe." "You're always safe here," the old man replied. "Always." The stranger hesitated, then reached out and clasped the old man's hand. His grip was warm, steady, strong. "Keep your candle burning," he said softly. "It gives more light than you think." Then he stepped outside into the night. The door closed gently behind him, and silence returned. The old man stood for a moment, looking at the place where the stranger had sat, the half-empty cup, the faint warmth left in the air. He moved to the window and looked out, but the path was empty. The road stretched on under the moonlight, quiet and still. He whispered, "Strange. I didn't even ask his name." Then he smiled, for somehow he felt he already knew. He sat again, picked up the letter from the table and looked at it under the candlelight. The flame flickered once like a wink. He said softly, "Yes, Lord, I'll keep it burning. Sometimes grace knocks softly at our door, and we know him only by the warmth he leaves behind. And if this gentle story brings light to your evening, remember to subscribe so we can keep welcoming grace together. One quiet visitor, one peaceful night at a time. The candle and the storm." Began as a whisper, the kind of wind that only lifts a corner of the curtain and then thinks better of it. But by dusk the clouds had gathered, heavy and low, and the air in the house felt like the hush that comes before someone speaks an important truth. The old man stood at the porch rail and watched the trees lean their shoulders to one side, then the other, as if praying in a language only they remembered. When the first drops came, they were careful, almost polite. He closed the door gently and moved through the rooms with the quiet efficiency of someone who knows the ways of weather. The shutters latched, the towel laid against the gap beneath the back door, the kettle filled in case the lights should fail. He struck a match and lit the candle on the table. It found its small courage quickly, a steady point of gold in the deepening grey. The storm arrived without ceremony. Rain shouldered the roof. Wind fingered the eaves and rattled the latch as if asking to come in. The walls, old and kindly, answered with the creaks and murmurs of a house that has seen many nights and intends to see many more. He sat by the fireplace, though no fire burned, only coals from the afternoon's wood, faintly alive. He pulled the old wool blanket across his knees and listened. There was something in the storm's voice that felt honest, not cruel, only full. like a psalm that begins in lament and refuses to lie about the darkness before it names the light. On the table, the candle stood its post, flame leaning, recovering, leaning again. He watched it, breathing with it. When the wind drove harder and the glass in the window shivered, he cupped his palm behind the flame, instinctively making a small shelter. "Easy," he whispered, to the house, to the night, perhaps to himself. Outside, a branch scraped the siding with the sound of a violin bow finding a low note. Memory rose like that note, deep and uninvited. He saw, as if in another room, a promise he had not kept, a letter he had meant to write, a visit he had delayed until after harvest, after winter, after spring. Time, generous in its early years, had grown thrifty. Days had passed in small coins until the purse was light. He drew the blanket closer and let the truth sit beside him. "I should have gone," he said into the storm's roar, the words quiet but clear. No defense, only confession, simple as rain. The kettle began to hum, a soft counterpoint to the weather's drum. He rose, poured the water over leaves, and set the cup near the candle, where steam climbed and twined with the light. He left the spoon untouched. Some things are better unstirred. Returning to the chair, he held the cup in both hands and felt its warmth move into him, a reminder that comfort can be as small as heat held close. On a shelf above the hearth lay a thin book of psalms, its cover worn soft by other storms. He opened it without turning to a place. The way one opens a window just to see what air will come. His eyes fell upon words he knew by heart. "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear?" He did not read aloud. He let the words breathe themselves into the room, like incense too shy to be seen but not too shy to bless. A sudden gust pressed hard against the house. The candle bent low, near to giving up. The old man leaned forward, his hand curved behind the flame again, his body making a small wall. "Hold on," he whispered. The candle answered by standing straight and quiet as a monk. He smiled a tired, grateful smile. "Thank you," he said, to wax and wick, to mercy, to the companionable God who had taught him that great strength often looks like small faith kept. The storm did what storms do. It tested. Rain flung itself at the windows. Thunder tuned the night to a darker key. But inside, a counter-melody formed. The tick of the clock, the breath of the kettle, the mild hiss of cooling coals, and the candle's tireless song of light. He found himself breathing in that rhythm, slow and steady, as if each exhale were permission for fear to leave by the same door it entered. His thoughts returned, not harshly, to the promise unkept. A brother far away, years of silence ripened by pride. A neighbor he had meant to forgive, an apology that had lived too long in his throat. Any one of them would do, all of them would be better. "Morning," he said softly. "If you grant me morning, I will go." He did not bargain, did not flourish his vow with the vanity of urgency. He spoke it the way he would say, "I'll mend the fence when the rain stops." A practical holiness. The wind found a new seam and whistled through it, thin as a flute. He rose again, pressed the latch with a folded cloth, and the music quieted. The candle approved with a taller flame. He laughed, surprised at the sound, and shook his head. "Old houses," he murmured, "old hearts, both worth tending." He sat once more and let his gaze rest on the small circle of light the candle cast over the table, the rim of the cup, the curve of the psalm book, the envelope from yesterday's letter lying like a sleeping dove. Even a storm must obey a circumference, he thought. Within this little ring peace held. He grew drowsy, not from weariness, but from trust. Outside, the thunder softened its voice. The rain's fists opened into open hands. He closed his eyes and saw the road he would take when dawn returned. The turn by the stone wall, the field with the leaning oak, the gate that squeaked in complaint but always swung open. He saw a door, not his, and a face he had not allowed himself to imagine for years. He did not script the meeting, he only held it in light. The candle burned lower, pooling a bright lake of wax around its steadfast root. He reached, and with the tip of a match, drew the warm edge inward so the flame could drink longer. Care, he remembered, is simply attention with love in it. Keep me, he prayed, an old prayer with 2 words and no argument. The house, the night, the storm, all seemed to nod. He breathed the psalm again without sound, light, salvation, no fear. For a while after that he slept, not fully, not far, the way one sleeps in a friend's chair while the rain sings to the roof. When he woke, the storm had turned to a steady fall, like a pen that has found its line. He stood, stretched, and went to the window. Beyond the glass, the world was washed and dim. A single star, stubborn and bright, had already broken through the thinning cloud. He lowered his head and smiled. All right, he said to the star, to the storm, to the promise waiting at the edge of morning. I'll keep the light, and I'll keep my word. He cupped the candle one last time, not because it needed him now, but because love lingers in gestures. Then he set the blanket aside, straightened a photograph on the mantel, and let the quiet find its chair again. Faith is often no bigger than a cupped hand around a small flame, and it is enough to keep a promise alive until morning. And if this gentle night has steadied your heart, remember to subscribe, so we can keep watching the small light together, through wind, through rain, all the way to dawn. The road after rain. Morning came cleansed and pale, the kind of light that feels like a benediction. The rain had ended in the small hours, leaving the air sweet with earth and cedar. A soft mist drifted through the trees, rising from the fields as though the ground itself was exhaling. The old man stood at the doorway, hand resting on the frame, watching droplets slide from the roof one by one, slow, deliberate, each finding its way home. He drew a deep breath, filling his lungs with the scent of wet soil and morning wood smoke. Everything felt new, not because the world had changed, but because his heart had. He remembered what he had whispered into the storm the night before. If you grant me morning, I will go. And here was morning, gentle, patient, waiting. He went back inside and dressed slowly, choosing his old brown coat, the one with a patch on the elbow and a pocket worn soft by years of keeping small things. A note, a stone, a folded prayer. He took his walking stick from behind the door. The wood was smooth from his hand's faithfulness. Then he blew out the candle, though its scent of wax and smoke lingered like the memory of light. Before he stepped out, he glanced once more at the envelope lying by the psalm book, the one he'd promised himself to deliver. He tucked it carefully inside his coat. It rested over his heart. The road outside was slick with rain, shining like glass where the sun touched it. He walked slowly, his boots finding steady rhythm in the puddles. Birdsong filled the hedges, tentative at first, then brighter, as if the earth herself were learning how to rejoice again. The fields stretched wide and green, the fence posts glistening. He passed the old oak at the bend, its bark darkened by rain, its branches heavy with dripping leaves, and touched it gently as he went by, the way one greets an old friend who never stops waiting. He could feel the ground give slightly under his steps. The road wound ahead between meadows. walked past a small chapel whose bell tower caught the first gleam of sunlight. The bell itself was still, but he imagined its voice. Atonement is not owed, it is offered. As he walked, he thought of the years that had gathered behind him like long shadows. He had carried words unspoken, kindness delayed, forgiveness postponed. He had thought there would always be another chance, another spring, another season to make things right. But life, he had learned, is a patient teacher. It will repeat its lessons until the heart finally understands. He smiled faintly at the thought. Perhaps storms come not to punish, but to remind us that light is worth protecting. He looked toward the hills, where a thin ribbon of fog was slowly lifting, revealing the path to the neighbouring village, the one he had avoided for so long. That was where his brother lived. Or rather, where he had last lived, before silence grew between them like an unweeded garden. The reason for their quarrel had lost its shape in memory. Only the ache had remained, the way ache always does when pride builds walls higher than love. He paused to rest near a fence post, leaning slightly on his stick. A small sparrow hopped down from the wire and landed at his feet, shaking rain from its feathers. He smiled. "Even you found courage to come out this morning," he said softly. The bird tilted its head, then flew upward, light as forgiveness. He walked on. At the edge of the village, the roofs appeared, damp and shining. Smoke rose from chimneys thin as breath. He could hear the faint sound of a cowbell, the laughter of a child calling to another. Ordinary sounds woven into a song of life continuing. How easily we forget that grace lives in the ordinary. He came to the gate of the house, his brother's house. The garden beyond was overgrown but tenderly kept, a few marigolds bent beneath the weight of water. He placed his hand on the wooden gate. It gave a familiar creak, not a protest, more like a sigh of recognition. He stepped inside. For a moment he stood there, uncertain, feeling the years between them pressing against his chest. Then the door opened. A man stood there, grey at the temples, eyes lined with both age and kindness. For a heartbeat they only stared, each recognizing the other as both stranger and mirror. The old man removed his hat. "I came because it's time," he said. The brother nodded once, eyes wet without shame. "Then come in," he answered. The house smelled of bread and coffee, of a morning that had been waiting. They sat at the small wooden table. Words did not come easily, but they were not needed. The silence between them was not sharp now. It was soft, like soil after rain. Finally, the old man reached into his coat and placed the envelope on the table. "I wrote this some time ago," he said, "but perhaps it's better spoken." He looked up, voice trembling but steady. "I was wrong, brother, about more things than I can name. I should have come sooner." The other man placed his hand gently on the table, near the letter. "You're here now," he said quietly. "That's soon enough." And just like that, without ceremony, without explanation, the years folded themselves into peace. The air between them changed, lighter now, like a curtain drawn back to let the morning in. They shared coffee. They spoke of small things: the garden, the price of bread, the sparrows that nested in the eaves. Each sentence was an act of healing. Each pause, a prayer. When the time came to leave, the old man stood at the doorway and looked out. The road glistened still, though the sun was higher now, drying the earth in patches of gold. His brother stood beside him. "Will you come again?" the brother asked. The old man smiled. "Every time the rain stops," he said. They both laughed, softly, like men who finally remember that laughter belongs to them. He began the walk home slowly, feeling the day widen around him. The air had that fragile warmth that comes after tears. A breeze stirred the wet grass and carried the scent of rosemary, the kind his wife had planted long ago for remembrance. He touched a sprig as he passed. By the time he reached his own gate, the candle on his table would be cool wax. But that didn't matter. He carried the light within him now. He turned once more toward the horizon, where the clouds were thinning to pale silver. The road shone behind him, proof that he had walked it, that grace had followed. Forgiveness does not change the past. It redeems the journey on and turns every step homeward. And if this quiet road after rain has eased something in you, remember to subscribe so we can keep walking together beneath skies washed clean by mercy. The bench by the chapel. The afternoon sunlight filtered through drifting clouds, warm and golden as honey poured slowly over stone. The old man had walked farther than he intended, following the narrow road that wound between the meadows, until the familiar outline of the small chapel appeared on the hill. It was the same chapel where he and his wife had been married, and where years later he had come to light candles on the anniversaries of both joy and sorrow. He stopped for a moment at the gate. The hinges, though old, still whispered the same gentle welcome. Beyond the gate lay a garden of quiet devotion, rows of daisies and lavender, their fragrance soft as a hymn remembered. A few bees lingered in the air, unhurried, moving from bloom to bloom as if time had forgotten to chase them. He smiled. Everything here seemed slower, as though heaven had once passed through and left behind a bit of its pace. The bench under the willow tree waited where it always had, its wood silvered by years of rain and sun. He brushed away a few leaves before sitting down, the way one tidies a place for an old friend. The seat creaked softly beneath him, a sound like memory exhaling. From here he could see the chapel door, half open. Inside, the faint glow of votive candles flickered against the stone walls. He had once thought those little flames were prayers trying to climb, each one a small heartbeat of faith. He still believed that. He leaned his cane against the bench and sat quietly, watching the light play through the leaves. It was the same hour of day he had first met her. She had been tending flowers by the chapel steps, her hair caught by the breeze, her laugh carrying like bells. He remembered how shy he had been, how he'd dropped his hat and muttered something foolish about the weather, and how she, without teasing, had smiled and said, "The rain makes everything bloom again, even hearts." He chuckled softly now at the memory, shaking his head. "Even hearts," he murmured. "You were right, my dear." A bird landed on the branch above, shook its feathers and began to sing, not loudly but as though it were humming to God in secret. The sound wove through the air like silk. He closed his eyes and let it fill him. It reminded him that praise is not always a shout. Sometimes it's a small sound that simply refuses to stop. After a while, he noticed movement near the chapel door. A young woman stepped out carrying a basket of flowers, wild ones, gathered freshly from the field. She moved carefully, arranging them along the steps. Her clothes were plain, her hands quick and certain. When she turned slightly, he saw her face, thoughtful but kind. She noticed him then, sitting under the willow. "Good afternoon," she said, her voice bright but gentle. "And to you," he replied. "You're tending the flowers well." She smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. "They were drooping after the rain," she said. Everything needs a little lifting after a storm, don't you think? The old man nodded. Yes, he said. Sometimes the soul most of all. She came closer, setting her basket down near the bench. I've seen you here before, she said. You come often. Not as often as I used to, he answered. But today felt like a day for remembering. She sat at the far end of the bench, not intruding, just present. They sat for a while in silence, the kind of silence that belongs to two people who do not need to fill it. Finally, she said softly, I come here for the same reason. My mother used to bring me. She passed away last spring. He turned toward her, his expression tender. I'm sorry, he said. Thank you, she whispered. She loved this place. She said it felt closer to heaven here. He smiled. She was right. Heaven seems to linger in places where kindness once lived. She looked down, her hands folded around a small ribbon. Sometimes, she said, I still talk to her here. It feels silly, but it's not silly, he interrupted gently. It's prayer, the kind of prayer that speaks through love instead of words. Her eyes glistened. Do you still talk to someone here too? He nodded. My wife. Many years now, but love doesn't mind the years. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of lavender between them. Neither spoke for a long time. The world around them seemed to grow softer. The hum of bees, the rustle of leaves, the steady stillness of the chapel walls. It felt less like two people talking and more like two prayers sitting side by side. The young woman took one of the flowers from her basket, a small daisy, and placed it on the bench between them. For your wife, she said simply. He looked at the flower, then at her, his voice barely more than breath. She always said daisies were the kindest flowers. Then it's perfect, the girl said with a faint smile. He nodded, his eyes glistening, but his heart calm. Not the ache of loss, but the peace of knowing love had found new forms to visit him in. The sun dipped lower, painting the chapel stones in gold and amber. A bell rang softly inside, one long tone that lingered in the air before fading. The young woman stood, brushing her skirt. I should go, she said. The evening will catch me if I wait too long. He nodded. The path will be kind to you. It always is when you walk with gratitude. She hesitated, then smiled. Maybe I'll see you here again. I'll be here, he said. The bench keeps good company. She waved, picked up her basket and walked down the path, her steps quiet against the grass. He watched until she disappeared beyond the curve of the hill. Then he turned back toward the chapel where the candles still burned within. He whispered softly, You see, my love, the world keeps giving what we once gave. Even when we're gone, kindness doesn't forget its way. The wind moved gently through the willow branches, sounding almost like an answer. He leaned back on the bench, folded his hands and let the quiet hold him. The sky deepened to rose and the first star blinked awake. He felt no loneliness, only the calm companionship of memory, the quiet presence of the divine and the knowing that some meetings are gifts arranged by unseen hands. Sometimes heaven visits in the form of a stranger and leaves a daisy where sorrow once sat. And if this peaceful moment beneath the willow has touched your heart, remember to subscribe so we can keep sharing these quiet stories of grace and remembrance. One gentle evening at a time. The letter found again. The evening had folded itself into quiet grey when the old man returned home. The walk back from the chapel had been slow, his steps careful, each one carrying a peace that only forgiveness can bring. The road, still damp from the morning rain, gleamed faintly under the last touch of sunlight. By the time he reached his gate, the sky had turned the colour of ashes warmed by gold. Inside, the house smelled faintly of wax and cedar. He set his cane by the door, hung his coat on its hook, and stood for a moment listening. The soft hum of the clock, the whisper of the curtains breathing in the wind. The stillness was not empty anymore. It had become something sacred, something inhabited by memory and grace. He went to the table, intending to light the candle again. But before he reached for the matchbox, he noticed something resting beside the old psalm book. An envelope, yellowed at the edges, with his own handwriting on it. He frowned slightly. The sight of it startled him, as though a ghost had come home not to haunt but to greet. He picked it up carefully. It was sealed, though the wax had cracked with age. The address was written in the careful script of a younger version of himself. "For when I am ready." He sat down slowly, the candle unlit, the fading daylight doing just enough to reveal the ink. He tried to remember when he had written it. He could not. It must have been years ago. A time when the heart had been restless, the world still loud. Perhaps after his wife's passing, or before he had learned that silence could heal. He ran his fingers along the paper, feeling the soft texture of time. For a long moment he only looked at it, uncertain whether to open it. Some letters are written to be forgotten, and others to be found only when the soul has changed enough to read them. He broke the seal gently. The paper opened with a sigh, as though relieved to breathe again. His own handwriting greeted him, slightly trembling but clear. The first line made him catch his breath. "To my future self, if you are reading this, it means you have survived what you thought you could not." He leaned back, stunned by the voice that reached across the years. It was his, but younger, earnest, uncertain, still wrestling with faith like Jacob in the dark. He continued, "You have lost much. You have wept until sleep refused you. You have prayed into silence and heard nothing answer back. But if this letter is in your hands, it means that silence was not empty. It means that God was not gone, only working quietly as he always does." The words trembled in his hands. He smiled faintly, half in disbelief, half in wonder. The man who had written these lines had not yet known peace. He had only hoped for it, and yet that hope, fragile and trembling, had survived long enough to speak to him now. He read on. "You must remember that light doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it waits at the edges, patient as dawn. When it comes, it may not look like victory. It may look like an ordinary day, a clean cup, a gentle voice, a hand on your shoulder." He thought of the young woman by the chapel that afternoon, her quiet kindness, the daisy she had left on the bench. The letter's words seemed to know her already, as if the past had seen into the future and blessed it. "If you are alone, do not mistake solitude for abandonment. You are surrounded by prayers and your own, and those you've forgotten to say. They circle you like invisible wings. You are being kept." He closed his eyes, tears welling, but not from sorrow. He could almost see that younger self sitting at the same table, pen in hand, heart heavy, but not defeated. What had he hoped to give himself? Maybe courage, maybe the reminder that grace endures even when faith feels thin. He kept reading. "There will come a day when you will forgive yourself for not being braver, for not loving sooner, for not holding on tighter. When that day comes, remember this: the Lord never asked you to be perfect, only faithful. Keep your candle burning. That will be enough." He set the letter down, his vision blurred by tears. Outside, the sky had deepened to indigo. He rose and lit the candle. Its flame flickered once, then grew steady. The light fell over the open page, illuminating the final lines. If you find this after many years, smile. It means you made it home, not just to this house, but to peace. Say a prayer of thanks, then rest. He whispered the words aloud, then rest. They sounded like a blessing given from his own past to his present. He folded the letter carefully, pressing the crease with tender precision, and slipped it back into its envelope. Then he reached for the small wooden box on the shelf, the one where he kept the things that had shaped him: his wife's pen, a photograph, a dried sprig of rosemary. He placed the letter inside, closing the lid with quiet reverence. Sitting back, he stared at the candlelight dancing across the walls. He felt surrounded by the years behind him, by the mercy that had carried him, by the invisible nearness of the one who had heard even the prayers he never spoke. He thought again of the line, "Keep your candle burning, that will be enough." He looked at the flame, small but unwavering, and he realized it was enough, more than enough. The clock chimed softly, marking another hour. Outside, a gentle wind brushed against the windows, and somewhere in the dark, a night bird sang. He whispered, "Thank you for bringing it back." He blew out the candle, not as an ending, but as an offering. The smoke curled upward, carrying the scent of wax and peace. For the first time in years, he felt completely at rest, not because he understood everything, but because he finally trusted the one who did. Sometimes God returns what we once lost, not to remind us of sorrow, but to prove that grace has been following all along. And if this quiet moment of rediscovery has brought light to your heart, remember to subscribe so we can keep unfolding these gentle stories of faith and remembrance. One letter, one prayer, one evening at a time. The garden after the rain. The first light of morning came shyly, slipping through the leaves outside his window like a secret returning home. The old man opened his eyes and listened for a moment. The storm had passed. The house was breathing again, the soft ticking of the clock, the faint creak of the roof beams, the distant coo of doves greeting the dawn. He rose slowly, each movement deliberate and gentle, as if not to disturb the peace that had settled in overnight. The letter he'd found the evening before lay on the table, the candle beside it now a small mound of cooled wax. He touched the letter lightly as one might touch a friend's shoulder, then went to the window and drew the curtain aside. Outside, the world looked washed and new. The garden glistened, every blade of grass jeweled with dew, every petal heavy with silver drops. The air carried the scent of wet earth, lilac, and something else, something clean, almost holy. He smiled softly. "The garden's been baptized again," he murmured. He stepped outside, his feet finding the familiar path of flagstones that led to the back gate. The sky was pale gold, the kind of light that feels like forgiveness. The trees stood still, their leaves trembling slightly with the last breath of rain. And everywhere, in corners, in cracks, in hidden soil, life was returning. He bent down near the patch of rosemary his wife had planted long ago. Tiny blossoms had opened during the night, their blue petals small as a sigh. He brushed his fingers over them, releasing a fragrance that carried memory and comfort in equal measure. For remembrance, she had said the day she planted them, and now, years later, remembrance had turned into gratitude. He moved along the garden, touching what needed tending, lifting a fallen vine, propping up a branch, brushing away the leaves that clung to the roots. Each act was a conversation, a prayer made of motion. It was as if the garden was answering him, not in words but in quiet consent, the way creation always does when treated with care. At the far end stood the wooden bench where he often rested in the afternoons. It was damp from the rain, But he sat anyway, feeling the coolness of the wood through his coat. Before him stretched rows of flowers, some bending, some rising, all shining under the pale morning sun. He watched them for a long time, his thoughts neither hurried nor heavy. Everything seemed to breathe in rhythm, the wind, the trees, his own heart. A butterfly drifted past, pale yellow and unsteady. It landed on the fence post, opening and closing its wings as though testing the new air. He smiled at it. "So even you survived the storm," he said softly. "Good. We both did." He leaned back, closing his eyes, letting the sunlight fall over his face. The warmth spread slowly, like a blessing drawn with invisible hands. It reminded him of something he had once heard. Grace doesn't shout, it grows. He had not always believed that. There were years when he thought grace came like lightning, sudden, fierce, loud. But age had taught him otherwise. Now he knew. Grace comes like rain in the night, quiet and faithful, making things bloom while the world sleeps. He opened his eyes again, watching how the light touched every corner of the garden, the worn path, the cracked pot, even the weeds glinting like emeralds. Nothing was left out of the morning's kindness, not even the broken things. He rose from the bench and went to the small patch near the wall where his wife had once grown daisies. For a while, after she passed, he had stopped tending it. The weeds had claimed it quickly, and he hadn't had the heart to pull them away. But now, bending down, he saw something that made him catch his breath. Between the wild grasses, a few daisies had bloomed again, white petals, yellow hearts, shy but certain. He touched one gently, his eyes moist. "You came back," he whispered. The flower said nothing, but its silence was full of truth. He stayed there, crouched low, feeling the damp earth beneath his fingers. There was something humbling in it. This quiet cycle of loss and return, of death and resurrection. He had buried so much in his life, dreams, people, versions of himself. And yet somehow, life had a way of sprouting again through the cracks. He thought of the letter he had found, the one written by his younger self. The words had spoken of hope, of keeping the candle burning. Now, looking at the garden reborn after rain, he understood it more deeply. Faith was not about avoiding storms. It was about trusting that what is good will grow again, even after being broken. He stood slowly, brushing dirt from his knees. The sunlight had grown stronger now, spreading warmth across the garden. He could hear the distant bell from the chapel, faint but clear, ringing in the new day. It sounded like laughter carried by wind. He walked back to the porch and sat on the steps, watching a few drops fall from the eaves. He felt no need to hurry, no need to fill the air with thought. Peace had become the language of his mornings. From somewhere down the road came the sound of a cart wheel, then a child's voice calling bright and free. The world, he realized, had never stopped singing. He had simply learned to listen again. He looked once more at the garden, the daisies, the rosemary, the wild vines finding their way toward the sun. Everything was alive, even the things that had once seemed gone. And in that realization, something inside him stirred, a quiet joy, old and eternal. He whispered, "Thank you." 2 words, simple and complete. They rose like incense in the cool air, unseen but surely heard. The butterfly lifted from the fence and fluttered toward the light, disappearing into the morning sky. He watched it go, smiling as the sun touched his face. He did not think of heaven as far away anymore. It felt very near as this breath, this garden, this moment. grace grows in the soil of ordinary days, quiet, patient and unstoppable after every storm. And if this gentle morning among the flowers has warmed your heart, remember to subscribe so we can keep walking through these tender stories of hope. One sunrise, one bloom, one quiet prayer at a time. The lamp in the window. Evening returned with a hush, the kind that feels like a pause between heartbeats. The air was cool, tinged with the scent of pine and the faint smoke from a distant chimney. The old man stood at his window, watching as the last colour drained from the sky, leaving only the tender bruise of twilight. He had always loved this hour, when the world grew still, and the boundary between heaven and earth seemed soft enough for whispers to pass through. On the sill sat a small oil lamp, old brass polished by decades of hands. It had belonged to his father, who used to keep it lit on stormy nights for travellers passing along the hill road. The old man remembered how, as a boy, he'd watch his father trim the wick with quiet reverence, murmuring, "A light left burning is a promise kept." He hadn't understood it then. He did now. He reached for the lamp and turned the small wheel. The wick caught at once, a flicker, then a steady golden flame. The glass chimney warmed, glowing like a heart made visible. He set the lamp on the windowsill, where its light spilled outward, soft and welcoming. Outside, the road curved past his home, a long ribbon of stone that wandered through fields and into the valley below. Few people travelled it anymore, but every so often a late walker or a cart returning from the village would pass. The lamp, small though it was, reached farther than one might expect. He had seen it himself from the bend in the road, a single dot of gold against the dark like mercy keeping vigil. He poured himself a cup of tea and settled into his chair by the window. The candle on the table was unlit tonight. He needed only the lamp's glow. Its light was gentler, warmer, the kind that doesn't demand attention, only offers companionship. The garden outside murmured with night sounds, crickets tuning their song, a faint owl calling from the trees. In the distance he could hear the soft rumble of the river full from the recent rain. Everything was alive, but nothing hurried. The world was resting in God's slow rhythm. He thought of all the nights his father had done this same small act, lighting the lamp not out of duty but out of kindness. How many travellers, he wondered, had seen that light and felt steadied? How many hearts, weary from distance, had found comfort in the knowledge that someone cared enough to keep a lamp burning? He smiled at the thought. There are so many kinds of prayers, he realized, spoken, sung, and sometimes simply done. A lamp in the window is a kind of prayer too. Wordless, humble, shining without asking for thanks. The tea cooled beside him, but he didn't mind. He found himself thinking of all the quiet lights that had guided him through the years, the hand of his wife resting on his, the forgiveness of his brother, the young woman's daisy on the bench. Each had been a lamp lit in its own way. A faint rustle drew his attention to the road outside. Through the window's reflection he saw a figure approaching, a man walking slowly carrying a satchel. The stranger paused near the gate, looking toward the lamp. The old man rose instinctively and opened the door. "Good evening," he called. "You're welcome to rest a moment if you wish." The traveller turned, startled, then smiled with quiet gratitude. "I saw your light," he said. "Didn't realize anyone still kept lamps like that." The old man chuckled. "Old habits, I suppose. My father used to say the night is shorter when kindness is awake." "That's a good saying," the traveller replied. He stepped closer, the dust of the road on his boots, the weariness of distance in his shoulders. The old man gestured toward the porch. "Sit, if you'd like. There's tea." The traveller nodded, and soon they were sitting together, two silhouettes in the soft pool of light spilling from the window. They spoke little. Words weren't needed. The traveller drank quietly, looking toward the horizon. After a while he said, "You must see a lot from this window. Enough to know that the road teaches better than books," the old man answered. The traveller smiled. "And what lesson tonight?" "That every soul needs a little light," the old man said, "even if it's only enough to see the next step." The younger man nodded, the words settling into him. "I think that's true," he said. "I was lost once. Someone left a lantern burning by a riverbank. It felt like grace." The old man looked at him thoughtfully, the corners of his mouth curving upward. "Maybe grace walks the roads with us, setting lights ahead before we even know we'll need them." For a moment, neither spoke. The night deepened around them, but the lamp kept shining, steady and gold. Crickets sang. The wind moved gently through the trees. The peace between them was quiet, but complete. When the traveller finally stood to leave, he said softly, "Thank you for the light." The old man shook his head. "I only keep it burning. The light belongs to the one who gave it." The traveller smiled, adjusted his satchel, and walked down the road. At the bend, he turned once and lifted his hand in. "Farewell." The old man raised his own in reply, then went back inside. He stood for a moment before the window, watching the lamp glow against the dark. Its reflection shimmered in the glass like two flames, one inside, one out. He thought of all the unseen ways light travels, across miles, across hearts, across years. He whispered, "Let it reach whoever needs it." He trimmed the wick slightly, ensuring the flame would last through the night, then settled back into his chair. The lamp's glow filled the room with warmth and memory. On the table beside him, the psalm book lay open to a verse he had read countless times. "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." He smiled softly. "Yes," he said, "and so it shall be." Outside, the road wound away into the dark, but the little house stood like a heartbeat of gold in the valley. Not grand, not loud, but faithful. And somewhere far down the road, a weary traveller walked easier, guided by that small and steadfast flame. A single light kept in love can guide more hearts than we'll ever know. And if this gentle glow has warmed your spirit tonight, remember to subscribe, so we can keep sharing these quiet lamps of faith, shining softly through the long roads of life. The Visitor's Letter. 3 days passed since the night the traveller came. The weather had turned fair, crisp mornings, mild afternoons, and evenings cool enough for a shawl. The lamp still sat in the window, its brass polished, its glass chimney cleaned of soot. Each dusk, the old man lit it again, not out of habit, but gratitude. There was peace in the ritual, a conversation between flame and faith. That morning, as he sat by the porch sipping his tea, he heard the creak of the front gate. The postman, an older fellow with a sun-browned face, approached the steps, smiling. "Got something for you today?" he said, pulling a single envelope from his bag. "No return address, but it looks kindly." The old man thanked him and waited until the footsteps faded down the road before turning the envelope in his hands. The paper was plain, the handwriting neat but unfamiliar. The wax seal was soft from heat, pressed with the imprint of a tiny cross. He carried it inside, set it on the table, and studied it for a long while before opening it. There was something almost sacred about an unexpected letter. A small echo of the past, a voice travelling through distance and chance to find its listener. He unsealed it carefully and unfolded the page. The handwriting was steady, though certain lines bore faint smudges where the ink had been brushed by a careless hand, or perhaps a tear. He began to read. "Dear sir, you may not remember me, but 3 nights ago I stopped at your home on my way through the valley. You offered tea and a place to rest by your lamp. I wanted to thank you, but I could not find the right words that evening. I was too tired and too full of thoughts I had carried for far too long. That night, after I left your gate, I walked several miles under the starlight. Your lamp stayed visible behind me for a long time. I kept looking back, not because I was lost, but because something in that small glow steadied me. It reminded me that kindness still exists even when the world feels heavy. You asked if I'd learned a lesson from the road. I think I did that night. I had been walking away from home, away from a mistake I could not forgive myself for. But when I saw your light, I remembered my father once saying that God doesn't let us wander too far without leaving a lamp along the way. Perhaps yours was one of his. When I reached the river bridge, I stopped. The sky was clear, and I could see the stars reflected in the water, hundreds of tiny lamps mirroring one another. I thought about what you said, that every soul needs a little light, even if it's only enough for the next step. I realized I had been given enough to turn back, so I did. I went home the next morning. My wife was standing in the doorway when I arrived. She had left the porch light burning, though she said she hadn't expected me so soon. I told her where I'd been, and she just took my hand and said, "Then the light did its work." It did indeed. I wanted you to know this because sometimes I think people who keep lamps burning never see how far their light reaches, but it reaches farther than you imagine. That small kindness changed my direction. It reminded me that mercy is not a thing of sermons. It is a thing of gestures. Thank you for the tea. Thank you for the light. And thank you for being a living prayer in a dark world. With gratitude, a traveller once lost. The old man read the letter twice, then a third time, slower. His eyes softened with each line until he could no longer see the words clearly. He laid the page down and sat back, hands folded loosely in his lap. Outside the day had fully bloomed, sunlight catching the rim of every leaf, the faint song of a thrush drifting from the hedges. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, letting the moment settle over him like a shawl. He thought about how many times he had doubted whether small acts mattered. How often he had wondered if the prayers whispered into silence ever reached anyone. And now, here was the answer, written in ink and grace. Proof that even the quietest kindness can ripple outward until it finds another heart. He rose and walked to the window where the lamp still stood. Its brass glowed softly in the daylight, even without flame. He touched it gently. "Father," he whispered, "your lamp still keeps its promise." He placed the traveller's letter beside the one he had written to his younger self. 2 pieces of paper separated by years and strangers, yet both telling the same story. That faith once lit never truly goes out. He sat again, staring at the folded letter. A memory stirred. His wife's voice on a winter night long ago saying, "We can't keep the whole world warm, but we can leave a little light where we are." He smiled. "You were right, my dear. You always were." The afternoon passed gently. He trimmed the lamp's wick, polished the glass once more, and filled the reservoir with fresh oil. When the sun began to dip, he lit it again, watching the flame rise with quiet steadiness. He carried the lamp to the window, set it on the sill, and stood there for a while, hands clasped behind his back. The golden glow spilled outward, touching the garden, the road, and perhaps, somewhere unseen, another traveller finding his way. He whispered, "Let this light belong to every soul that needs it." And as darkness settled, the lamp burned brighter, not just as an object, but as a message that goodness multiplies in secret, that one small flame can teach the world to hope again. We never know how far a small light will travel, but grace always finds the ones who need it most. And if this tender story of light and return has stirred your spirit, remember to subscribe so we can keep sharing these gentle reminders of kindness. One lamp, one letter, one heart at a time. The bell at dusk. The day had been long but kind. A slow wind drifted through the valley, carrying with it the scent of hay and wild thyme. By late afternoon the sun hung low, heavy and golden, turning the world to amber. The old man sat by his window, watching shadows stretch gently across the fields. The lamp beside him was unlit, waiting patiently for its hour. He felt peaceful, not the restless peace that asks for proof, but the deep, settled kind that grows from gratitude. The traveller's letter still lay on the table, folded neatly beside his psalm book. Every now and then he would glance at it, as though to remind himself that love had travelled back to him in its own time. When the first breeze from the west brushed his cheek, he rose slowly and reached for his coat. He felt drawn outside to walk one more time before the day closed its eyes. The air was cool and smelled faintly of rain yet to come. He locked the door, tucking his key into his pocket, and began the familiar path toward the chapel on the hill. The road wound through meadows where grass whispered secrets to the wind. Daisies leaned along the path, their white petals turning toward the fading light. In the distance, the chapel stood against the horizon, small and steadfast, its bell tower framed by clouds. He had walked this path 1,000 times, yet tonight it felt different, softer, as though time itself were slowing to match his steps. When he reached the gate, the hinges greeted him with their quiet sigh. He entered, the garden still glistening with the last of morning dew that had never fully dried. The willow tree by the bench moved gently, its leaves whispering prayers only the wind could translate. He smiled and touched the rough wood of the bench, then looked toward the chapel door, open again, as always. Inside, the air was cool and still. A few candles flickered near the altar, their flames bending slightly toward one another, like old friends sharing a secret. He knelt for a moment, not from obligation, but from affection. The stone floor was cold beneath his knees, but the silence around him was warm. He whispered simply, "Thank you." 2 words, but they held a lifetime inside them. When he rose, the light through the stained glass window caught his coat sleeve, red, gold, blue, the colours of sunset breaking into praise. He moved toward the doorway and stepped outside again. The sun was sinking now, half hidden beyond the hills. For a moment the entire valley glowed as if the world itself were exhaling light. Then came the sound he had come for, the chapel bell. It began low, a deep tone that rolled through the air like a wave meeting shore. Each toll followed the last with slow, reverent distance, echoing off the fields, reaching even the far farms beyond the ridge. He stood still, listening. The bell did not call him to hurry, it called him to rest. As the sound washed over him, memories stirred, the laughter of his youth, the quiet strength of his father, the voice of his wife singing softly while hanging laundry in the wind. All those moments gathered in the bell's echo. as if time were folding gently back into itself. He sat on the bench beneath the willow, letting the sound fill the spaces between his thoughts. The bell rang again. He closed his eyes. Each note seemed to say something different. One spoke of forgiveness, another of mercy, a third whispered of home. By the seventh toll, he felt as though his heart had opened completely, not to longing, but to peace. He remembered something his mother once told him when he was a boy afraid of the dark. When you hear the bell at dusk, it means the day is safe in God's hands. He had not thought of that in decades. Now, as the final chime faded into silence, he finally understood. The day, yes, and perhaps his life too, was safe. He leaned back against the bench, feeling the wood press gently against his shoulders. The air was cooling quickly, tinged with the faint sweetness of lavender and smoke from distant chimneys. The first star appeared above the hills, shy but sure. He watched it flicker. Still there, he murmured. Always there. From the chapel doorway came a small sound. The young woman who tended the flowers stepped out carrying her empty basket. She saw him and smiled. "You came again," she said. He nodded. "The bell invited me." She sat beside him, setting the basket down. Together they watched the last of the light slip away. Neither spoke. There was nothing to add to the beauty of that hour. After a long while, she asked quietly, "Do you ever wonder what heaven sounds like?" He smiled, still watching the horizon. "Maybe like this," he said. "A bell at dusk, calling us home, one note at a time." She looked at him, eyes soft with understanding. "I hope so." He turned slightly toward her. "I think heaven is not so far as we imagine. Sometimes it feels only a breath away." The bell rang once more, distant now, a single long note that lingered, then faded into the evening wind. He whispered, "And that's the sound of peace." The young woman nodded. They sat in silence until the stars came fully alive above them. When it grew dark, she rose, smoothing her skirt. "I'll light a candle inside," she said, "for the living and for the remembered." He smiled. "Then it will be for us both." She walked back toward the chapel door, her steps quiet over the stones. He remained on the bench, watching the candlelight flicker through the window. It shimmered faintly, the way faith does, steady, humble, unafraid of night. The air around him grew cooler, but inside he felt only warmth. Every sound, the whisper of the wind, the soft swing of the chapel door, became part of the same slow hymn. He closed his eyes again, and this time he prayed not with words, but with rest. The bell at dusk reminds us that peace is not the end of the journey. It is the music that carries us home. And if this quiet moment beneath the chapel bell has brought stillness to your heart, remember to subscribe so we can keep sharing these gentle sounds of grace. One evening, one note, one prayer at a time. The candle inside. The chapel was dim when he stepped through the door again. Only a faint spill of twilight filtered through the stained glass windows. Streaks of rose and blue that quivered gently on the stone floor. The young woman was already there, kneeling before the altar with a small bundle of candles cradled in her arms. Her face was calm, the kind of calm that comes not from ease, but from purpose. He paused at the threshold, letting his eyes adjust to the heat. The silence here was never empty. It was the kind that listens, to footsteps, to breath, to thought. He felt it welcoming, the way old pews welcome the weary. "You stayed," he said softly. She turned, smiling faintly. "Someone has to light the candles before the evening prayer," he nodded. "May I help?" He smiled, and she gestured to the small brass tray beside her. It held matches and a few unlit tapers, thin as reeds. He moved slowly, careful not to disturb the sacred stillness that lingered like fragrance. Together they began lighting the candles, one by one. Each small flame rose, wavered, then steadied, its glow spilling outward like a sigh of comfort. The sound of the matches striking was soft and rhythmic, a kind of heartbeat in the quiet. As they worked, the shadows danced along the walls, tall and gentle, flickering like old memories. The young woman spoke first. "When I was a child," she said, "I used to think the candles were prayers trapped in wax, waiting to be set free." He smiled. "That's a beautiful thought. Maybe it's true." She lit another candle and watched the flame bloom. "Sometimes when I light them, I imagine each one finding the person it belongs to, the lonely, the sick, the ones who've forgotten how to hope." He looked at her for a moment, deeply moved. "And tonight's candles, who are they for?" She paused, her eyes reflecting the glow. "For the living," she said finally, "and for those learning to live again." He nodded, feeling something stir in his chest, a quiet recognition. Perhaps he too was learning to live again, in the soft company of grace and silence. They lit the final row together, their hands moving slowly, reverently. When the last wick caught, the whole chapel came alive. Light pooled across the floor, touched the wooden beams, and climbed the faces of the saints carved in stone. It was not bright like day, but gentle, golden, the kind of light that knows darkness and chooses to shine anyway. The young woman set the empty bundle aside and sat on the front pew. He joined her, their shoulders nearly touching, but not quite. Before them, dozens of candles shimmered in unison, each flame small, but together a choir of light. "I sometimes wonder," she said quietly, "if God sees each flame separately, or all of them as one." He thought for a moment. "Maybe both," he said, "just as he sees us, as souls and also as a single family." She turned her head slightly, studying him. "You've lost someone, haven't you?" He exhaled slowly, eyes on the flickering altar. "Yes," he said. "Many years ago. But lately, I've started to feel as though I haven't lost her at all. She's in the quiet moments, in the lamp I light each night, and maybe," he smiled faintly, "in these candles too." The young woman nodded, her gaze returning to the flames. "Love never stays gone," she said softly. "It just changes shape." They sat in silence again, the kind of silence that doesn't need to be filled. The chapel smelled of warm wax and cedar. Outside, a night wind stirred the trees, brushing the windows with a low hum, like the earth breathing. After a while, the young woman rose and walked to the altar. She took one of the candles and turned to him. "Would you like to light one more?" He hesitated. "Is there room?" "There's always room for one more light," she said gently. He stood and approached, taking the slender candle from her hands. He struck a match and watched it flare, then dim to a steady glow. He placed the candle beside the others, whispering something only his heart could hear. When he stepped back, he realized his hands were trembling slightly. But it wasn't from weakness, it was from wonder. The young woman smiled as though she understood. "It's strange, isn't it? How lighting something small can make you feel as though the whole world just got brighter." He nodded, his voice quiet. "Yes, because light doesn't stay still. It finds a way to travel." She returned to her pew and he followed. For a long time, they simply watched, hundreds of tiny flames swaying as if breathing together. In that moment, The chapel felt alive, as though heaven itself leaned close to listen. Then, without speaking, the young woman began to hum. It was an old hymn, slow, tender, almost like a lullaby. A voice wove through the candlelight, wrapping around them both. The words came softly after. In the stillness, hearts remember, love once lost but never gone. Every flame a whispered prayer, every soul a sacred song. He closed his eyes. The melody wrapped him in warmth and something deep inside him, something that had been quiet for a long, long time, stirred awake. When the song ended, the last echoes melted into the air like the fading ring of a bell. Neither of them moved. They didn't need to. At last he said, "When I go home tonight, I'll light my lamp again, and it will feel different. It will feel shared." She smiled. That's what faith does. It multiplies when given away. He nodded slowly, eyes on the sea of light before them. Then may it multiply forever. The candles burned on, soft, steady, luminous. Outside the night deepened, but inside the world shone like morning. When light is shared, faith no longer belongs to one. It becomes the breath of many hearts. And if this quiet story of candles and compassion has touched something in you, remember to subscribe so we can keep sharing these gentle lights of hope. One flame, one story, one soul at a time. The silent prayer. He left the chapel after the candles were lit and the hymn had faded into the stones. Night had come tenderly, laying a soft shawl over the fields. The path home glimmered in places where the last of the day's damp still held the sky. Above him the stars had gathered, unhurried and sure, as if each one had taken its appointed place since the beginning of beginnings and never thought to move. He walked slowly, cane tapping now and then, careful not to disturb the hush that had chosen to walk beside him. A faint wind moved through the hedges, ruffling the leaves with the lightest hand. Somewhere far off, a dog gave 3 lonely barks, then changed its mind and kept its counsel. The earth smelled of hay and river water. He felt as though the world itself had drawn a deep breath and was holding it, listening. He tried to pray with words. He began, "Thank you for this night. Thank you for the young woman, for the candles, for the kindness that keeps finding me." And then the words slipped from his fingers like water from a cupped hand. They were not wrong words. They were simply too many for a heart that wished only to be quiet. He smiled at this discovery, as if he had stumbled upon a secret gate and found it unlocked. So he let the words go. He walked and did not speak. Each step became a syllable, each breath a line. The rhythm of his shoes against the path carried what the tongue could not. Above him, the stars seemed to lean closer, not to be studied, but to keep company. At the bend where the road dipped toward the valley, he stopped and looked back. Far behind, the chapel window offered a faint glow. The candles still at their work, steady and small. He raised his hand in a quiet blessing he did not voice, and the gesture was enough. Then he turned and took the slope down, steady as a clock. By the time he reached his gate, night lay deep and kind around the little house. He lifted the latch and listened to the wooden click that had sounded the same for decades, a faithful note in a faithful song. Inside, he set his cane in its corner, slipped off his boots, and stood a moment at the threshold of his own quiet. The house received him the way old friends do. No questions, only room. He did not light the lamp yet. He wanted the stars first. He crossed to the window and drew the curtain halfway, leaving a path for starlight to walk across the table. It did gladly, a dusting of silver that rested on the psalm book, the traveller's letter, and the small wooden box where his wife's pen slept. He laid his palm flat on the table beside them, as if to say, "I am here." Nothing answered, yet everything answered. The kettle would have been a comfort, he knew, but he left it alone. Tonight felt like a cup already filled. He pulled the old chair back just a little, the legs grumbling softly against the floor, and sat with both feet planted, hands folded loosely in his lap. In the wall clock, the pendulum swung with a sighing grace, keeping time with his breathing. The room smelled faintly of wax and rosemary and the day he had lived. He thought, perhaps I should pray now. But the thought itself was a pebble in a still pond. Even that small splash felt like too much, so he did only this. He breathed, slow in, slower out. On the in-breath he received, on the out-breath he returned. He did not label either. The one who hears all prayer needed no label. The house joined him. Floorboards settled like old shoulders relaxing. A small draught found the edge of the curtain and set it to the mildest flutter, like the pulse at a wrist. Beyond the window, a night insect traced a patient circle around the frame, its little body ticking against the glass now and then with the gentlest insistence. Everything was speaking softly in a language he did not need to translate. He remembered nights from long ago when he had tried to convince heaven with a flood of words, as if eloquence could pry open a reluctant door. He had pleaded, argued, promised. Sometimes the words had helped. Often they had only exhausted him. Tonight he knew better. If love is true, it does not need to be persuaded to listen. He rested the back of one hand on the table until the skin felt the cool grain of the wood. He let his eyes close. The starlight made a faint map through his lids, constellations he could not name and did not need to. A single phrase passed through him like a bird crossing an open field and kept going. You know, he did not repeat it. Once was enough. Minutes, or perhaps a small forever, unfolded. He did not count them. The quiet was not empty. It had a warmth to it like a shawl that has been worn by someone who loves you. If he had opened his eyes then, he might have said he saw nothing, but inside he knew he was seen. When at last he rose, the movement felt like the end of a hymn, rather than the start of a task. He reached for the lamp. The familiar scrape of the flint, the flare, the calm. The glass chimney took the light and gave it back sweeter. He set the lamp in the window as he had on other nights and watched the small gold travel outward into the dark, as if it had business there he could not supervise. He whispered no blessing over it. He simply touched the brass with 2 fingers, an old benediction of the hands. On the sill, a thin coat of dust gleamed like frost in the lamplight. He drew a slow line through it with his thumb and smiled at the humble trace left behind. Not everything needs polishing. Some things need proof that time has lived here. He went to the sink and filled a glass with water, held the glass where the light could find it, and drank halfway. The water tasted of river stones and long patience. He set it down without a sound. His shoulders loosened another small degree, a notch of mercy that no one else would have noticed. Before sleep, he opened the psalm book not to read, but to rest his palm across its open pages. The paper welcomed the weight. The letters pressed their quiet music upward into his skin. He did not seek a verse. He allowed all of them to be true at once. Then he closed the book gently, as one tucks a child. At the bedroom door he paused and looked back. The lamp in the window burned with a steady kindness. The curtain drifted. The stars held their posts. The clock kept a soft faith with time. "Thank you," he said. 2 words again, because 2 were all he needed. The room did not answer. It didn't have to. He lay down and pulled the blanket up to his chest, smoothing the edge the way his wife had once done with a habitual grace. He placed one hand over his heart and waited until he could feel the old drum keeping time in its dependable way. Each beat was a small testimony. Present, present, present. He smiled in the dark. Before the tide of sleep reached him, he thought of those who could not find words tonight. The widower on the northern farm, the woman in town who kept the bakery and her sorrow together, the traveller who had written, and the young woman whose candles were a language all their own. He sent them nothing elaborate, nothing wrapped in explanation. He sent them the same stillness that had held him. He trusted it would know how to arrive. He slept, and the lamp kept watch. Outside, the road received the footfalls of one late passerby. The passerby looked up, saw the small light, and walked easier. Inside, the house continued its soft breathing. He did not dream that he could remember. He did not need to. When dawn, hours hence, would come to lay a pale hand on his windowsill, it would find a man who had learned another practice of faith, the courage to say nothing and mean everything. But for now, the night belonged to the quiet, held, heard, hallowed. Silence offered in love becomes prayer, and the one who listens understands every unspoken word. And if this starlit quiet has rested gently on your heart, remember to subscribe so we can keep sharing these soft prayers of the night, one breath, one light, one tender silence at a time. The morning light. The night had passed without dream or trouble. When morning came, it did not burst in. It entered quietly, as if it had knocked first and been invited. A pale gold light lay upon the walls, soft as breath. The old man opened his eyes slowly, not startled by the new day, but gently greeted by it. He listened before moving. The low hum of the clock, the faint sigh of the wind through the open window, and the smallest rustle of the curtain against the sill. He stayed there a while, half awake, half in prayer. Not the kind that asks, but the kind that thanks. For the roof above him, for the heartbeat still steady within, for another dawn that had found its way to his door. When he finally rose, his knees protested, but without anger. He laughed softly, the way one laughs at an old friend who never forgets to remind you of the years. He dressed slowly, each button a small act of gratitude, and pulled on his worn wool sweater that still smelled faintly of cedar and wood smoke. The house seemed different in the morning. By lamplight, it was a shelter. By sunlight, it was a memory brought to life. The beams of light moved across the table, touching the psalm book, the traveller's letter, and the empty cup left from the night before. Dust motes drifted lazily in the golden air, tiny dancers caught in God's invisible breath. He filled the kettle and set it on the stove. The soft clatter of metal against metal rang through the kitchen, blending with the whisper of the flame. While he waited, he opened the window wider. The scent of morning came rushing in. Grass wet with dew, a hint of baking bread from the village below, and the distant, tender sound of a bell. Not the evening bell this time, the morning one, bright and hopeful, as if the world were beginning its hymn again. He smiled. "You're early today," he murmured to the bell. Then, as the kettle began to sing, he whispered, "And so am I." He poured the steaming water into his cup and carried it to the small table by the window. Outside, the valley stretched beneath a soft mist, fields wrapped in veils of silver. The road curved like a ribbon of quiet purpose through it all. No travellers yet, but he could see where the sun would soon find them. He took a sip of tea. Strong, simple, a little bitter. The warmth moved through him like courage. He drank. He thought of the night before, the chapel, the candles, the silent prayer. He thought of how peace had not vanished with sleep. It had only changed shape, like moonlight turning into morning. He leaned back, resting his hands on the arms of his chair. There was no rush today. He had learned that hurry is the enemy of seeing. And this morning, there was much to see. From his window, he watched the sparrows return to their nest beneath the eaves. He had seen their mother first arrive weeks ago, fussing over twigs and bits of straw, patient as the hands of God shaping creation. Now tiny heads bobbed at the edge of the nest, open mouths, hungry and trusting. He smiled, whispering, "That's faith." The sunlight deepened, slipping down to the garden where his wife's roses still grew. They bloomed later now, slower, as if they too had learned that beauty doesn't need to hurry. The petals were pale blush and ivory, the colours of memory and forgiveness. He would tend to them later, trimming gently, humming the old hymns she used to sing while watering them. The knock came just as he set his cup down. 3 gentle raps on the door, patient but sure. He rose, curious, and opened it. It was the young woman from the chapel, her hair tied loosely with a ribbon, her face bright in the morning sun. She carried a small basket lined with cloth. "Good morning," she said, her voice carrying that same calm strength as before. "I thought you might like some bread. The baker gave me extra and I remembered you live alone." He smiled, stepping aside. "You remembered correctly. Come in." She entered, setting the basket on the table. The scent of warm bread filled the room instantly, rich and comforting. He gestured to the chair across from him. "Join me for tea?" She nodded. "Only if you let me pour." He chuckled and handed her the pot. They sat together, the way people do who have already shared silence and don't need to fill every space with sound. After a few sips, she said, "I passed your house last night. I saw your lamp." "Ah," he said softly, "my old companion." "It made me smile," she said. "I thought maybe light is a conversation. 1 candle in the chapel, 1 lamp in the valley, both speaking the same word." He looked at her, his eyes bright. "And the word is?" She hesitated, then said, "Stay." He nodded slowly, letting the meaning settle. "Yes, stay." The kettle whistled faintly again, and for a moment neither of them moved to stop it. The sound joined the morning's gentle choir. The birds, the breeze, the far bell. After a time, she said quietly, "You know, I used to think faith was about asking for answers, but lately I think it's about learning how to listen." He smiled. "And what do you hear this morning?" She looked out the window, her eyes following the sparrows. "I hear life beginning again, and I think that's prayer enough." He nodded. "It is." They sat there a long while, sipping tea and watching sunlight crawl across the table. The bread grew cool but untouched. Its presence alone was comfort enough. Finally, she stood, smoothing her skirt. "I should go. There are flowers to tend." He rose too, walking her to the door. "Thank you for the bread." She turned at the threshold. "Thank you for the lamp." When she left, he stood for a moment watching her walk down the path. Then he looked back into the house, the light, the table, the still warm cup, and felt something bloom in him, slow and certain as morning itself. He whispered, "Every dawn is a promise kept." And as he returned to his chair, he noticed how the sunlight now fell directly upon the lamp by the window, unlit, but glowing nonetheless.
It seemed to breathe, and he realized that light, once invited, never really leaves. It simply changes places, from the sky to the lamp to the heart. He sat back down, folded his hands once more, and smiled into the morning. No need for words. The day had already spoken first. Each morning is a quiet resurrection, a reminder that grace does not sleep. It only rests beside us until we open our eyes. And if this gentle sunrise has warmed something in your heart, remember to subscribe so we can keep greeting the dawn together, one story, one light, one peaceful morning at a time. The bench beneath the willow. The day wore a shawl of light, not the bright flare of moon, but a warm, patient glow that lay over the fields like a blessing remembered. He walked the familiar path toward the chapel, a folded cloth wrapped around a small loaf of bread under his arm. The willow near the gate leaned in its usual thoughtful way, listening to the wind's quiet news. He paused at the hinges, which sighed in recognition, and stepped into the garden. Bees stitched their slow embroidery over lavender. Sparrows rehearsed a small choir in the eaves. The chapel door stood ajar, letting a ribbon of cool, stone-scented air escape. He nodded to the threshold, then made his way to the bench beneath the willow, where sunlight fell in coins upon the wood. He set the loaf beside him and sat. The bench creaked the way old friends announce themselves, and the willow answered with a soft-leafed whisper. From here he could see the whole small world, the path, the stoop, the bell rope sleeping against the wall, the square of sky cut by the chapel roof. He breathed in, slow and even, letting the garden's rhythm untie the last knots inside him. For a while nothing happened.
Which is to say, everything did. Light shifted, a bee changed its mind, a cloud drifted out of a thought and into blue. He rested his palms on his knees and felt the steady drum of pulse in his fingertips, half surprised to find himself so quietly glad to be alive. A boy came first, 8, maybe 9, all elbows and a brave face, trying not to look like worry. He hovered near the daisies and then, gathering courage like a coat, approached the bench. "Sir," the boy said, not quite looking up, "do you know if the bell rings soon?" "It will when the hour is ready," the old man answered. "Are you waiting for someone?" "My mother," the boy said. He scuffed a shoe against the path. "She's praying for my grandfather. He's tired." The old man made room on the bench by moving nothing at all. "Would you like to sit?" he asked. The boy sat, careful. They watched a ladybug scale the bench slat as purposeful as a pilgrim. After a moment, the old man unfolded the cloth and broke the bread. "Your hands look like they could hold a peace," he said, "and it helps while waiting." The boy took it, the way one receives a small sacrament, not solemn, just grateful. They ate in companionable silence, crumbs dusting their fingers. "When I was your age," the old man said at last, "I used to think the bell told time what to do. But I learned it does something gentler. It tells our hearts what they already know, that no hour is alone." The boy nodded as if he already understood, which perhaps he did. "Sometime," he said, "I try to be brave for my mother." "That is bravery," the old man answered. "To be steady for someone you love. Bravery isn't loud, it's here." He touched the bench, then his chest. "A quiet place that stays." The boy looked relieved, which looks a lot like lighter. He finished his bread and brushed his hands. "Thank you, sir," he said, and ran off toward the chapel door, lighter still. The bench received the old man again. He wrapped the remaining bread. The willow's shadow shifted over his shoes. A bellwether breeze moved. and with it a fragrance of rosemary, memory walking by with soft steps. Next came a woman with a basket of mending, her shoulders carrying the careful shape of someone who has learned to speak softly to her own sorrow. She greeted him with a nod and asked if she might share the bench. "Benches are sermons that sit down," he said, smiling. "They're meant to be shared." She laughed, surprised by the invitation, and took her place at the far end. Her fingers found their work. A sweater's loose cuff, a line of buttons that needed patience. They did not speak for a long time. He watched how the needle flashed and disappeared, how thread became bridge, how small repairs taught larger ones how to begin. "My husband was a carpenter," she said finally, eyes on the wall. "He used to say a good table doesn't fight the wood. It listens to what the grain is willing to be." "That's wisdom," he answered. "It works on people too." She nodded. "I'm learning to listen to my life that way, to stop arguing it into a different shape." Her voice did not break, it unfolded. He offered the last bit of bread. She accepted with the grace of someone who understands that half a loaf is a whole kindness. They ate quietly while a cloud crossed the sun and left everything briefly more tender. "Sometimes this bench feels like a threshold," she said. "I sit and I remember who I've been. When I stand, I can almost imagine who I might yet be." "Benches do that," he said. "So do chapels. So does mercy." When she rose to go, she smoothed the sweater, patted the bench once, the way one thanks a chair, and placed a single button on the slat between them. "For luck," she said, and then, correcting herself with a shy smile, "for peace." He kept the button, small as a coin, and felt rich. Afternoon leaned toward evening. The light grew honey thick and the chapel stones drank it thirstily. He closed his eyes for a moment and listened for the hinge sigh, the bee thrum, the low talk of leaves, all the ordinary sounds that together carry more comfort than a speech. A shadow fell across his shoes. He opened his eyes to find the young woman from the chapel standing there with her empty flower basket. "You found our bench again," she said. "It keeps finding me," he replied. She set the basket down and sat, hands folded in her lap. They shared the kind of quiet that had already learned each other's names. At last, she turned a little toward him. "When I was a child," she said, "I used to bring my worries here and leave them under the willow. I was certain the roots would drink them up and turn them into leaves." "Perhaps they did," he said. "Look how many leaves there are." She smiled at the tree. "People came today," she continued. "A woman whose husband is far away, a farmer whose cow won't calve, a boy who wanted the bell to hurry." "I met the boy," he said. "He learned that no hour is alone." She nodded, pleased. Then the bench did its work. They sat until a mild wind chafed the willow into gentle applause. "Do you ever feel," she asked, "that the peace we find here is not ours to keep?" "Yes," he said. "Peace is a guest and a gift. It visits us to be passed on." She looked toward the path, where a couple from the village approached arm in arm, talking in twines. "Then let's pass it," she said simply. They did not rise to preach or bless with formal words. They did smaller things. He stood and held the gate for the couple, nodding with a smile that said, "You are seen." She bent to lift a fallen bloom and set it upright in the vase near the door so that its shy face could join the day. He straightened the kneeler by the first pew so a tired knee would find a softer place. She refilled the font with clear water and made sure the light near it would not fail before dusk. None of it looked like much. All of it felt like love. When they returned to the bench, the sky had turned the colour of old apricots A swallow stitched the air above the roofline, mending a tear no one else could see. The bell did not ring yet. Even bells rest. "Will you keep your lamp tonight?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "And you?" "I'll keep the candles," she answered. "We'll let the valley choose which light it needs." They both smiled at an agreement as old as friendship. The boy reappeared then, holding his mother's hand. Her eyes were rimmed with that brightness tears sometimes leave behind when they've done their work. "Thank you," she said, not specifying for what. The old man and the young woman both understood that gratitude rarely needs a label. He tipped his head. She squeezed the boy's shoulder. The three stood a moment in a small, shared circle of quiet, and then the pair moved on, softer in their going than they had been in their coming. Shadows lengthened. He rose, feeling the day in his joints and glad of it. The bench had warmed his back. The willow had guarded his thoughts. He touched the button in his pocket, the gift from the mender, and decided to sew it to the inside of his coat, where reminders belong. Before leaving, he placed the last crumb of bread on the bench slat. A sparrow found it quickly, hoplite and grateful. "Take what you need," he murmured, "and sing when you can." At the gate, he turned for a final look. The bench beneath the willow sat exactly as before, and not the same at all. It held the weight of a boy less afraid, a woman mending more than sweaters, two friends who had remembered how to give away peace without making a ceremony of it. He lifted a quiet hand toward it, toward the tree, the door, the hour, and walked home at the unhurried pace that belongs to those who have nothing to prove. Behind him, the chapel kept its breath. Ahead, his lamp would wait to be lit. Between, a path made of small obediences shone just enough. Peace grows when we rest on the same bench and give away what we were given. And if this gentle hour beneath the willow has settled something in you, remember to subscribe so we can keep sharing these quiet places of grace. One bench, one light, one soft evening at a time. The path home. The path home was not long, but he walked it as if it were holy ground. The evening air was cool, the colour of soft pewter, and the first stars had begun their patient watch over the valley. Each step made a small sound on the gravel, steady and sure, the rhythm of an old heart that had learned how to keep time with grace. Behind him, the chapel stood like a thought left gently in prayer. Its windows glowed faintly, each candle a promise that light still had work to do. He turned once to look back. From this distance, the building seemed almost to breathe, its walls taking in the dusk, its bell tower exhaling peace. He raised a hand in silent farewell, then continued on. The path curved beside the stream, where water whispered over stones smoothed by generations of listening. He remembered walking here as a boy, chasing minnows and dreams. Now he walked slower, but with greater purpose. It struck him how life itself had always been this same path, winding, uneven, filled with both sunlight and shadow, but always leading home. A heron lifted from the water, its wings opening like a quiet hymn. He watched it rise and fade into the amber sky, feeling as though his own thoughts were carried with it. He murmured a line from an old psalm, not to recite it, but to remember its truth. The Lord will watch over your coming and your going, both now and forevermore. At the bend, he saw the first lamp of the village flicker to life, a small golden bead against the deepening blue. One by one, others followed until the valley looked like a field sown with stars. He smiled to think that heaven and earth shared the same instinct. When darkness came, they lit their lamps. As he neared his own gate, he noticed the faintest scent of roses, his wife's garden, awake even at night. He stopped there for a while, touching one bloom with the tip of his finger. It bent slightly under his hand, releasing more fragrance as if grateful for being noticed. He whispered, "Still blooming, my dear," and felt the world answer with silence too kind to be empty. He pushed open the gate and stepped into the yard. The lamp in the window waited just as he had left it. The light shone softly, as if it had been keeping watch not only over the house but over him. He thought of all the nights it had burned, through storms, through sickness, through loneliness, and realized that faith was much the same. It did not shout, it simply stayed lit. Inside, the air was warm with the scent of bread and oil. He set his coat on the peg and went to the window, trimming the lamp's wick until the flame rose, steady and golden. Then he placed the mender's button on the table beside it. It caught the light and gleamed faintly, proof that even the smallest gift can become a talisman of kindness. He sat down in his chair and looked around the room. The shelf lined with simple things, a clock, a feather, a folded letter, a cup carved from wood, each one ordinary, each one bearing the fingerprint of a life quietly well lived. He touched the traveller's letter again, the edges softened from rereading, and thought of how far one act of light can travel. The house hummed with evening small music, the crackle of settling wood, the tick of the clock, the faint call of an owl beyond the window. He had long ago learned that such sounds were God's lullaby to the faithful, gentle reminders that creation continues even when we rest. He poured himself a small cup of water, lifted it toward the lamp and said softly, "To light that stays." Then he drank, feeling the coolness of it move through him like forgiveness. He opened the psalm book once more, though he didn't read from it. Instead, he ran his fingers over the margins, tracing the faded notes his wife had written there years ago, small reminders in her gentle hand. Patience. Mercy lives here. Wait for the dawn. He smiled, eyes damp but peaceful. Even her handwriting was prayer. From outside he heard footsteps, light ones, approaching the gate. He rose and went to the window. The young woman from the chapel stood there carrying her empty flower basket again. When she saw him, she lifted a hand and smiled. He opened the door. "I saw your lamp," she said. "It's brighter tonight." "Maybe it knows it's not alone," he replied. She laughed softly. "I came to return something." From her pocket she drew out a folded scrap of parchment. He recognized the inked handwriting, her own, neat and sure. "It's the hymn we sang last night," she said. "I copied it for you." He took it gently, as though accepting something sacred. "Thank you," he said. "I'll keep it close." She hesitated, then added, "I'm leaving tomorrow. There's a convent in the next valley. They need someone to tend the garden. It feels right." He looked at her, not with surprise but understanding. "You'll take the light with you," he said, "and that's all the valley needs." She smiled, eyes bright. "And you'll keep it burning here." "As long as I'm given breath," he said. They stood there a while, two keepers of the same flame, as the night deepened gently around them. When she turned to go, he said, "The path is long, but it's kind." She nodded. "I know. I've walked it before." He watched her until she disappeared around the bend, the sound of her footsteps fading into the soft murmur of the wind. Then he closed the door, placed the folded hymn beside the lamp, and whispered, "Go well." He sat again by the window, hands folded, heart quiet. The lamp glowed, the roses swayed, the stars above kept patient watch. He thought about how every kindness, every word, every gesture was a path in itself, winding through hearts, leading always home. The old man smiled, and for the first time in many years, he felt not only peace, but completion. The lamp flickered once, then steadied, a heartbeat of light. He whispered, "This is enough." Outside, the night accepted the offering, wrapping the house in stillness. Somewhere down the valley, a bell rang faintly, not to call or to end, but to bless. Every kindness, every step is part of the same path, the one that leads us home. And if this quiet journey has walked gently beside your heart, remember to subscribe so we can keep walking these peaceful paths together, one light, one step, one story at a time. The bell of evening. Evening gathered like a shawl drawn up over tired shoulders. Clouds, thin as breath, drifted across a lavender sky. The old man sat by the window with his lamp already trimmed and ready, the brass warm beneath his fingers. On the table lay the copied hymn from the young woman, folded once and placed beside the traveller's letter. He did not open either. He knew their words by heart now, or perhaps their silence had taught him what words could not. The roses outside moved in a mild wind, each bloom nodding as if in agreement with the day. From the lane came the slow roll of a cart, then a voice calling to a dog, then the voice growing small and friendly as it turned the corner. He loved this hour, the village softening, the fields preparing their breath for night, the first star daring to be first. He lifted the lamp and lit it. The flame rose, hesitated, then settled into a steady gold. In the reflection of the window, it became 2 flames, then 3, as if a small company had arrived to keep watch. He smiled at the trick of the glass and set the lamp in its faithful place upon the sill. As the light touched the hedge and the gate and the path beyond, he felt an answering light rise within. Not excitement, not triumph, something older, rounder, like a bell note after the strike, a lingering sound that belongs to no one hand. He stood, drew the curtain halfway, and returned to his chair. The room received him with its customary kindness. The clock ticked in a tone that felt more like breathing than measurement. From the cupboard, a faint clink settled as the house adjusted itself to night. He took a breath and let it out slowly. It seemed to him that the day had been a long staircase, each step a kindness, each landing a rest. Now he had come to the last stair before sleep, and he wanted to pause there, not to delay, but to notice. His eyes moved to the folded hymn. He touched it with 1 finger, then with 2. He could still hear her voice, the gentle rise and fall, the way certain words seemed to hold him rather than ask to be held. He murmured the line that had stayed with him. Every flame a whispered prayer, every soul a sacred song. The lamp agreed without sound. The first bell came from far away, not the chapel on the hill, but the one across the valley, the convent where she would soon tend a new garden. It sounded like water poured into a deep bowl. He turned slightly, listening. The sound lay itself over the fields and over his roof and over his heart, and all 3 accepted it. Another bell answered nearer, his chapel patient and clear. He closed his eyes. Between the 2 bells, a small river of silence ran, and he found himself stepping into it, letting it carry him a little while. He thought of evenings from long ago, his wife hanging the last damp shirt on the line, her hair pinned in a way he never could quite copy, his father trimming a wick by a window similar to this one, the brass clean from a cloth that now lay somewhere in the past, his mother's hands folding a tablecloth, smoothing creases no one else could see. All those small obediences had rung like bells too, though no metal spoke for them. They were the music of faithful lives. The nearer bell tolled again. He could almost count the years it gathered and gave back. Not numbers, but seasons. A spring with too much rain. A harvest that surprised them with enough. A winter when the bread was cut thin and still tasted like kindness. He felt none of these memories as regret. They brushed past like birds unafraid. Somewhere on the road, footsteps paused. He did not rise to look. He had learned to trust that those who need the lamp will find it. Perhaps it was only a fox testing the fence line. Perhaps it was a man carrying a worry he could not name. Either way, the flame in the window said, "You are seen," and the evening accepted that answer. The bell kept time with the sky. A deeper blue arrived and brought the first faint silver of moon. The roses blackened into silhouettes, their fragrance somehow brighter in the dark. He felt a fullness gather, not a hunger to be filled, but the satisfying weight of enough. He rested his hands on the arms of the chair and let his fingers memorize the wood. A small thought visited him. What if the bells of earth are practice for the sound of heaven? Not rehearsal as performance, but as recognition, so that when the great note finally rings, the heart will say, "I know this." He smiled at the idea, tender and bold at once. He reached for the psalm book, not to read, but to place beneath the hymn a stack of trust resting on trust. Then he did something he had not done in years. He sang, softly, almost to himself, a single verse. In the stillness, hearts remember, love once lost, but never gone. Every breath a borrowed mercy, every dusk a gentle dawn. His voice shook on the last word, not from sorrow, but from reverence. He waited, listening to the room hold the echo. It did so gladly, without opinion. The bell sounded once more, longer now, as though the ringer had drawn a deeper breath. The note swelled and thinned, rose and fell, and in its arc he heard everything he had learned, that waiting is a form of courage, that kindness expands when given away, that God hides in ordinary rooms and refuses to be embarrassed by their smallness. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, and whispered, "Thank you for the sound that finds me." 2 words would have served again, but he permitted himself 4. Even gratitude has its quiet feasts. A moth came to the window, tapping the glass in a patient rhythm, drawn by the lamp's steady promise. He watched its soft insistence and felt kin to it. "All right," he said, smiling. "Come as far as you can." The moth kept tapping. A tiny percussion to the bell's long note, a duet no one had arranged and everyone needed. Then the bell ceased. The air did not collapse when it stopped. It held the shape of the sound, as water holds the memory of a hand. In that shaped silence, the old man felt a certainty arrive as gentle as breath set upon his brow. He understood. Not everything, but enough. He understood that the years had not been lost to weather or worry. They had been kept, like seed in a dry jar, and planted in their time. He understood that love had been the patient farmer. He understood most of all that nothing true had departed. It had only moved deeper in. He stood slowly and went to the window. The lamp glowed. Beyond it the road lay open and unafraid. He lifted the hymn and placed it beneath the lamp, as if to say, "Sing here in case anyone needs you." Then he drew the curtain a little wider, letting the glow walk farther into the dark. A hush rested on the house, not the hush of endings, but the hush of vows kept. He returned to his chair and laid his hand over his heart. The old drum answered, "Present, present, present." He closed his eyes and let the last of the bells' echo settle where echoes turn into roots. When he opened them again, a certainty remained, quiet, strong, whole, that the evening bell is not a farewell. It is a promise spoken into dusk. What is loved is kept. What is kept is safe. What is safe can rest. He exhaled, long and soft, and the room exhaled with him. Outside, a traveller paused, saw the lamp and walked easier. Inside, the flame steadied as if pleased to be understood. The bell of evening does not end the day. It reminds the heart that what is true cannot be lost, only gathered into peace. And if this gentle hour has placed a calm hand upon your spirit, remember to subscribe so we can keep listening together for these quiet promises. One bell, one lamp, one tender evening at a time. The night watch. The night had grown still, the kind of stillness that seems to hold the world in its cupped hands. Clouds thinned and drifted westward, leaving the stars uncovered. The lamp in the window shone steadily, a small flame in a wide dark, not competing with the stars, only keeping them company. The old man sat nearby, his elbows resting on the arms of his chair, his head turned slightly toward the window as if listening to something just beyond hearing. He had not meant to stay awake so long. But sometimes the soul does not sleep until it has finished its watching. And tonight he felt called to watch, not for danger or for news, but for wonder. He listened. The house murmured softly, the floorboards settling, the clock marking time with a patient heartbeat. From the fields came the faint rustle of the wind combing through grass. Each sound seemed to belong to a single song, the same song he had heard all his life, the one creation hums when no one is trying to conduct it. He rose and went to the door. The hinges sighed like old friends welcoming him once more. Outside, the night was cool and fragrant, the roses heavy with dew, the path silvered by moonlight. He stepped onto the porch and breathed deeply. The air tasted of wood smoke and rain remembered. Far off in the valley, a faint glimmer of another lamp appeared, perhaps a neighbour awake for reasons unknown. He smiled. It comforted him to know he wasn't the only keeper of light. He stood there for a long time, leaning on the railing, letting his eyes travel from star to star. He remembered how, as a boy, he had tried to count them and always lost track before 100. Now he didn't try. Some things are not meant to be counted. They are meant to be kept in awe. He whispered into the night, "You're still there." It was unclear whether he meant the stars or God or the people he had loved and lost. Perhaps all three. He didn't need an answer. The silence replied in its own gentle way, by staying. After a while, he went back inside. The lamp's glow welcomed him like a friend who had kept the hearth warm. He poured a little water into the basin and washed his hands, watching the ripples catch the light. It struck him how even water, when still enough, can hold a flame's reflection without losing its calm. He dried his hands slowly, folded the towel, and placed it neatly beside the basin. He sat again, folding his hands loosely in his lap. On the table, the hymn lay where he had left it, the corner of the paper fluttering slightly in a draught. He reached out and smoothed it flat. The ink caught the lamplight, and the words shimmered faintly, as if the night itself were reading them back to him. He began to hum, not to fill the silence, but to harmonize with it. It was a tune without a clear beginning or end, something between a lullaby and a prayer. His voice, rough with age, found its own gentleness again. The sound moved through the room like a slow current of peace. He thought of the young woman now perhaps asleep in her new room at the convent, the candle beside her bed still burning low. He pictured her hands folded loosely, her breath deep and calm, the garden waiting for her at sunrise. He imagined that somewhere at this very hour, another bell might ring, not loudly, but just enough for heaven to hear. He smiled. The thought made him feel less alone. He realized that solitude is not the absence of company, it is the presence of peace. His gaze drifted toward the traveller's letter. The edges were worn, the folds soft as cloth. He remembered the line that had stayed with him. Perhaps your lamp was one of his. He looked at the flame now and nodded. Yes, he said softly. Perhaps it was. Perhaps it still is. He leaned back and let his eyes half close. The shadows in the corners seemed kind tonight, not dark, only resting. He thought of all the people whose names he longer remembered, and yet whose faces, in flashes of memory, had left warmth behind. He prayed for them, without speaking their names, only offering the same blessing over and over. Rest well. Outside, an owl called once, twice, then fell silent. The sound echoed gently, folding into the stillness like the last note of a song. The clock ticked on, but it no longer measured minutes. It measured mercy. He opened his eyes again and looked at the flame. It was smaller now, but steady. He reached out, adjusted the wick slightly, and watched it brighten. Then he said, almost to himself, "Even the smallest flame keeps watch." He realized then that this was what he had been learning all these years. Not how to speak to God, but how to stay awake to Him. That every act of care, every gentle word, every quiet forgiveness is a kind of vigil, a night watch of the heart. He whispered, "I am still here." And the light seemed to answer, "So am I." The exchange was enough. He leaned his head back against the chair, feeling the cool wood cradle him. His breathing slowed. The flame danced once more, then steadied, holding its small circle of gold around him. Within that circle, nothing hurried, nothing feared. He thought of the bells again, the distant one from the convent, the nearer one from the chapel, and wondered if, somewhere beyond both, there was another bell, larger and quieter, ringing for those who had finished their work and laid it gently down. He imagined its tone, deep, tender, endless. The thought filled him not with longing, but with ease. He closed his eyes fully, letting the lamp's glow paint his lids in amber. The night watched him as faithfully as he watched it. Outside, the stars did their ancient work, shining not to be noticed, but to keep balance with the dark. Minutes drifted by like slow petals on water. The house breathed, the flame hummed. The old man rested without sleeping, listening to the unspoken words between heaven and earth. And when the clock marked the next hour with a single quiet chime, he whispered into the hush, "I'm listening." No other sound followed, just the silence that means God is near. Even the smallest flame keeps its vigil, for in every watchful heart, God stays awake with us. And if this night's quiet has rested softly upon your heart, remember to subscribe so we can keeping watch together, one flame, one breath, one peaceful night at a time. The dawn bell. Before the dawn, there is always a hush, that tender hour when even the wind holds its breath. The stars, weary but faithful, hung low above the valley. A faint mist drifted over the fields like the memory of a dream too kind to vanish. Inside the small house, the lamp still glowed. Its light had thinned but not died, holding on through the slow passing of the night. The old man stirred in his chair. He had not meant to sleep. but it was a good kind of sleep, the kind that feels less like forgetting and more like being held. He blinked once, twice, and found the flame still waiting. He smiled faintly. "Still here," he whispered. The lamp gave a small flicker, as if nodding back. He stood carefully, steadying himself with a hand on the chair. The air carried that gentle chill which only the edge of dawn can bring, cool, forgiving, almost new. Outside, the world had turned silver, the horizon a soft bruise of violet and blue. He could hear faint birds somewhere, waking one by one, their calls like small prayers sent into the mist. He opened the door. The hinges creaked, the same familiar song they had sung for decades. The scent of dew and roses came in at once. Each drop on the petals caught the first hint of light, trembling between night and morning. He stepped out barefoot onto the wooden porch, feeling the cool boards beneath his feet. It grounded him, a reminder that heaven always begins at the ground beneath our toes. The village lay still, roofs dark with moisture, smoke just beginning to lift from one far chimney. Somewhere, a rooster tried its voice and failed, then tried again. He laughed quietly. Even courage needs rehearsal. He looked toward the hill, toward the small chapel that had been his faithful companion through years of change. Its steeple cut the paling sky like a prayer rising upward. He waited for the sound he knew would come. For a long while, there was only the whisper of wind and the faint stirring of leaves. Then, at last, it came. One clear, beautiful note from the chapel bell. It rang gently, not to command, but to invite. The sound seemed to roll down the hill like warm water, washing over the roofs, the path, the fields, until even the farthest corner of the valley glowed a little brighter. The old man closed his eyes. The bell rang again and again, each toll softer, rounder, as if echoing through both heaven and heart. He felt something within him loosen, not break, but open. All the long years of keeping light, of waiting, of holding quiet faith. They gathered now like petals in the palm of a hand. He whispered, "Thank you." The words were small, but the feeling behind them could have filled the whole sky. He thought of all those who had shared this same sound. His wife once standing beside him at dawn's past, a shawl around her shoulders. The young woman in the convent across the valley, perhaps pausing in her prayers to listen. The traveller on some distant road, hearing the faint echo and feeling without knowing why that he was not alone. The same bell, the same love, reaching them all. The mist began to lift. The valley stretched its arms wide. The light crept in, soft at first, then bolder, a wash of gold spilling over the fields. Each blade of grass seemed reborn, every roof touched with warmth. The bell rang once more, a final note that lingered longer than the rest. He breathed it in, deeply, letting it fill him the way sunlight fills an empty room. He realized in that quiet that the bell was not calling him to go anywhere. It was simply welcoming what already was. The day, the light, the grace. They were not arriving. They had been here all along, waiting for him to see. He whispered, "I hear you." The sound faded into silence, but he could still feel its echo inside his chest, steady and kind. He looked toward the roses again, the dew now blazing like tiny suns. He reached out and touched one bloom, careful not to shake the drops. "Thank you for waiting," he said softly. The flower, of course, did not answer, but something in the quiet did. He sat on the porch step, letting the warmth of the first light touch his face. A bird landed on the railing beside him, cocking its head as if curious. "Good morning," he said, smiling. The bird chirped once and stayed. It was enough of a conversation. He looked back at his house, the small window, the flickering lamp still burning low inside. He thought, perhaps I don't need to tend it anymore. The world is bright enough now. But still he was glad he had kept it through the night. Faith, after all, is not about light surviving the dark. It is about love refusing to leave when everything else sleeps. The bell in the distance gave one last echo, barely audible, like a farewell whispered through a smile. He folded his hands and bowed his head. The wind moved gently through his hair, lifting it in small ripples, as if an unseen hand had brushed it aside. Rest easy, he murmured. To the garden, to the road, to the sky. We're all going home. The words surprised him. Not because he had said them, but because he finally understood them. Home was not the house nor even the valley. It was the quiet place where love outlasts time. He looked eastward. The sun, full and gold now, rose over the far hills, scattering the mist like a curtain pulled aside. The whole valley opened its eyes. He smiled, feeling that the morning did not so much arrive as reveal itself, a truth too gentle to hurry. He sat there for a while longer, until the light grew strong enough that the lamp inside seemed pale by comparison. He went in, trimmed the wick once more and whispered, "Thank you." Then he blew it out. The smoke rose in a thin curl, shaped like a prayer that knew its way upward. Outside the bell had stopped, but in his heart the ringing continued, slow, eternal, bright. He stood at the window and watched the valley wake. A new day had begun, and yet it felt as though it had always been there, waiting beyond the veil of night. He turned from the window, his face calm, his eyes full of light. The house felt vast and small all at once, filled with peace, emptied of fear. He whispered, "This is enough." The sun climbed higher, and the first warmth of morning touched the place where he stood. It felt like being known entirely, gently, forever. The bell of dawn does not begin the day, it reveals the grace that never slept. And if this quiet sunrise has touched something tender in your heart, remember to subscribe so we can welcome the next light together. One bell, one dawn, one breath of peace at a time. The open door, morning widened into day with unhurried hands. The house, rinsed in gold, seemed younger than it had a right to be. The old man moved quietly, the way one does in a place already at prayer. He tidied the table, folded the small cloth, and set the psalm book where the light could find it. Nothing in these actions was urgent. Every motion felt like a thank you, spoken with the body. He opened the front door and slipped the latch back, leaving it ajar. Fresh air entered as if it had been waiting on the step, dew-sweet, bread-warm from the village, faintly edged with rosemary from the garden. The open door made no announcement. It was simply honest about the way love travels, in and out, without hurry, without fear. He stepped to the porch and sat on the top step, hands folded loosely. From here he could see the path, the curve of the road, the fringe of willow on the chapel hill. The bell would be quiet for hours. The world did not need a summons. It needed only permission to be kind. Children's laughter drifted from somewhere down the lane. A skipping rope, a count miscounted, a shout, then a chorus of forgiveness. He smiled. The small economy of joy remains the soundest currency on earth. He rose and walked to the roses, touching one bloom with the care one gives to sleeping things. A petal loosened and fell into his palm. He brought it to his face and breathed in, then let the petal go. It landed on the threshold, half in shadow, half in sun. A sermon, in a single pink curve. By the gate, the postman approached with his easy stride. "Morning," the man called, lifting a hand. "No letters today, only the day itself." "That's the best delivery," the old man answered. They traded a few friendly words and a blessing that hid inside the smile. He returned to the open door and paused there, one foot on wood, one on stone, feeling the seam between inside and out. Every house has a border, every heart too, but borders are not walls when the door is open. Inside, the lamp sat unlit upon the sill. Even idle, it looked purposeful, like a tool at rest between honest hours. He set the traveller's letter beside it, then the copied hymn. 2 small testimonies laid where the light could keep reading them. He took the mender's button from his pocket, and with an old needle and a thin patience, he stitched it to the inner lining of his coat. Peace belongs where the hand can find it. Midday gathered gently. A neighbour knocked. The baker with a round loaf still warm enough to mist the paper. They broke bread at the table and ate with the unconcern of people who trust there will be enough for tomorrow. They spoke of gardens and weather and the year's slow honesty. When the baker left, the old man stood at the door and watched him go, feeling gratitude trail after him like sunlight on a coat. He carried a slice of bread to the windowsill, tore it, and left the pieces there. A sparrow soon found them, hopping with comic solemnity, bowing as though grace were its mother tongue. "Welcome," the old man said. "This is a house for small appetites and large thanks." In the early afternoon, the young woman came along the road, her basket emptied of chores, her face bright with the newness she had chosen. She paused at the threshold, eyes moving to the door standing open. "It suits you," she said. "It suits the day," he answered, "and all who belong to it." She stepped no farther, as if understanding that some thresholds are meant to be seen, not crossed. They spoke of the convent garden, of basil and thyme, of the way the bell there sounds like a round cup being tapped with a ring. He told her he had blown the lamp out at dawn and felt no worry at all. Light learned to live in other places, he said, nodding toward his heart, the road, the sky. She touched the doorframe, almost a blessing, almost a farewell, and left him with a smile that would not spend itself. Late afternoon softened the edges of everything. The valley glowed as though held in 2 hands. He swept the step with a small broom, each stroke unhurried, gathering dust and petals in the day's polite confetti. When he finished, he leaned the broom against the jamb and left it there, a quiet flag of completed work. He did not feel tired in the manner of weight, but in the manner of harvest, that sweet, measured heaviness a field might feel when the grain has been gathered, and the earth, relieved, lies breathing. He sat again, this time on the chair just inside the doorway so that the threshold was at his feet, and the road was a line he could bless without standing. A farm cart rolled by. The driver lifted 2 fingers in greeting. A girl with a blue ribbon walked past, carrying milk and a secret hope. He nodded to both, saying under his breath the only prayer that fits every traveller: "Go with peace." Shadows lengthened. Somewhere, a pot was set to simmer. Onions, butter, and kindness found their way to his door. He laughed softly to think that heaven must smell a little like supper. Then the light turned that old, honest apricot again, and the willow on the hill began its evening psalm. He felt the familiar tug. The bell would ring soon. But he did not rise. The bell could come to him across air that belonged to them both. Doors, after all, are also ears. He let his hands rest open on his knees. He looked at the road. He looked at the room. Neither demanded the other be different. The hinge between worlds felt well oiled, ready to turn whichever way love chose. The first note of the bell arrived. Not loud, not small, simply right. It threaded the open door and laid itself over the table, the lamp, the coat with its secret button. He closed his eyes. The second note found his heart. The third note touched the threshold. That thin place where leaving and arriving are one act with two names. He had no speeches left in him, and he did not need them. He had a breath, long and gentle, and the knowledge, dearer than answers, that he was inside a promise kept far beyond his deserving. He thought of his wife's handwriting, of the boy less afraid, of the traveller turned homeward, of the young woman's hymn. He thought of the lamp that learned the art of staying, and the door now learning the courage of letting through. "Thank you," he said, and the words felt larger than his house, larger than the valley. The bell rang again and unthreaded every knot that had ever worried his hands. He leaned back against the chair, letting the light lay upon his face. He felt known, entirely, gently, forever. Some moments pass like birds, some arrive like roots. This one did both. It touched his shoulder like a wing and grew into him like a tree. He opened his eyes once more and looked at the door. It stood as he had left it, faithful, simple, brave. A last petal skated across the threshold and came to rest, half in, half out, content to belong to both. He smiled and nodded to the room, to the road, to the hour. "Stay open," he whispered. To the door, yes, but also to the heart that had learned how. The bell's final note drifted outward, then inward, then everywhere. Night would come later, as it always does, but even then something would remain ajar, a mercy, a welcome, a way. The old man folded his hands, not to close them, but to keep them ready. Through the open door, evening stepped nearer with its gentle feet. He breathed once more, as if receiving a guest and sending one, all in the same kind breath. And the house, the road, the roses, the quiet sky, all seemed to understand. A heart is most at home when its door stays open, letting light enter and love go on its way. If this soft ending left a warm hush in you, remember to subscribe so the door stays open between us. One story, one light, one quiet evening at a time.